Disclaimer. This video's information is being provided for informational, educational, and general interest purposes only. The information in this video is not intended to shock, enrage, or otherwise provoke the viewer. The sole purpose of this video was to raise awareness of true crime-related events. Copyright disclaimer: under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Non-profit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Welcome and thank you for visiting Crime Champs. Before we begin, please subscribe, click the notification bell, like, share, and leave a comment. We always appreciate your contribution. Today's video is about involuntary manslaughter, felonious assault, endangering children, and gross abuse of a corpse. Involuntary manslaughter is punished less harshly than other types of homicide, but it is still a serious offense. Involuntary manslaughter, for example, is charged as a first-degree misdemeanor. When an assault is severe enough to be considered a felony, such as when a deadly weapon is used or the intent is to commit another crime, it is referred to as felonious assault. It is a serious offense with serious consequences for the offender. A parent, guardian, or other person responsible for a child under the age of 18, or a person who employs or supervises such a person, commits an offense if he knowingly endangers the child's welfare by breaching a duty of care, protection, or support. Abuse of corpse occurs when a person intentionally and unlawfully disinters, digs up, removes, conceals, mutilates, or destroys a human corpse, or any part or ashes thereof. Without further ado, let's get into the video. A caller from Pakistan reported that Rodriguez had buried her son Jordan, 5, in her own backyard. The caller identified himself as the brother of Larissa Rodriguez's boyfriend. The caller stated that his brother and Larissa Rodriguez's boyfriend, Christopher Rodriguez, assisted in the burial. The brother of Christopher Rodriguez said, "My brother told me something and I just can't sleep at night," according to the caller who informed dispatch. He told me that something happened to one of the kids, but no one called the police. In essence, he and his partner buried the child in the backyard. Prior to being detained in Medina County Jail in October on unrelated charges, the caller claimed Christopher Rodriguez had informed him about the burial of the child. The caller continued, "He's been known to lie a lot. But if anyone was going to report my brother to the police, it would be me." The caller added that he had been in the United States Air Force and was currently working as a contractor abroad in Pakistan. This is the 911 call.
How you doing, ma'am? I'm calling from overseas, but it's kind of I guess I need to talk to like a detective or somebody, or I don't know if you can. Basically, it's kind of messed up the whole situation, but my brother told me something, and I just can't sleep at night as far as, you know, what I don't know. I just kind of feel like I need to say something.
Something for concerning your brother?
Yeah, just
what?
I know. It sounds crazy, but
no. What district is it? Where does he?
He lives off of Detroit.
What is
so I don't know his
issue?
direct address. Basically, he told me that something happened with one of the kids, and they didn't call the cops, and basically him and his girlfriend buried the kid in the backyard. Now, mind you, my brother is known to lie a lot, so I kind of like blew it off, and I was like, "Hey, man, I hope that ain't true." It's not his kid; it's one of her kids. What he told me was he came home. His girlfriend called him. He rushed home, and then I think the little boy was like 4 or 5. And mind you, I've only seen these kids like one time, so I couldn't tell you who they are or what it is about. But he told me that the boy was unresponsive. And I was like, okay. Well, he's like, well, this kid had a lot of problems. Like he had like one lung and one kidney, and I don't even know if that part is true because I don't know these kids because he's only been with this girl maybe 2 years, and I've been like overseas the whole time. So I only really met her like maybe once or twice in my life. You know?
What is your brother's address?
That's the thing. I don't know his address. I can give you his name, though. It's Christopher Rodriguez. And I think you can pull it up that way.
C? Christopher, with a K or a C?
Oh, with a C. With a C. Doesn't the story just sound crazy, though? It sounds absolutely insane, right?
Can you spell Rodriguez?
It's a common spelling. Rodriguez.
Okay. Do you know his date of birth?
Yeah, it's 1/12/80. No, I'm sorry, it's not 1/12 at all. I'm about to give you my birthday. It should be 8/11/81, but sometimes it's 8/12/81, so it's one of the two. Because basically, I know it is 8/12, but I know his birth certificate at one point said 8/11, so I don't know which one.
Okay, do you know?
It really goes off of.
Do you know his girlfriend's name?
Yeah, his girlfriend's name is Larissa Rodriguez. We're not married. She just has last name and her name is Larr. I think it's Larrissa, or it's Larissa. Now, mind you, right now he's actually locked up, I think, in Medina County for child support. So he's already. Now, mind you, I don't even know if this is true. I really don't. I just know he told me. I couldn't sleep. And I was just like, yo, you need to.
So when did this happen?
He didn't really give me an exact time frame. He just made it seem like it was like months ago. And that's why I was really mad, because I was like, I thought he kind of told me, like, within a day or so. And I was like, wait, you mean this is months ago? And he was like, yeah, man. I was like, what on earth would make you not call the cops or call the ambulance?
When did he tell you that? When was it that he told you that? When did he tell you that?
He told me right before he went in jail. I don't know if that was a couple weeks ago or whatever it was. Whenever he got locked up, that's when he told me. But I didn't, mind you, I didn't really believe him. I was like, there's no way this is true. And then he got locked up the next day, so I could never really confirm whether or not what he told me was either a lie or it was true. But I don't know. I just kind of felt like he needs to at least be looked into, because I really don't feel he's at fault, and maybe I'm being biased because that's my brother, because what kind of mother would bury her kid in the backyard? I don't know what kind of mother would do that. I don't want anybody to possibly turn him in.
I mean, we've had things like that happen before. I really, really do appreciate your call and you standing up for what's right.
Oh man, it's just because it's just a sad situation, because I know, and he was crying when he told me, and that's what made me kind of believe sincerity, but I was never able to verify directly. But I know I couldn't sleep at night. And I was like, man, you know what? And then when I told this person, I was like, hey, what do you think? And they're like, oh, I'm going to call the cops. And I'm like, well, man, I was told them, like, hey, I'm getting ready to come back maybe I could literally be in Cleveland maybe on Wednesday if everything goes well.
Okay.
My flight and everything. And I was going to just do it in person, but I was like, I'm not going to have that happen and not come for me. And I even told him, too, like, before he went to, we finally got locked up, I said, hey, man, hearing the story from you directly, he's like, I can take a lie detector test. I know I didn't hurt that kid, blah, blah, blah. He's like, I can prove that. That's a fact. He said, when I came home, the kid was already dead. And I was like, are you serious right now? And then, like, the phone hung up, and then he had to go to court, and then they violated his probation for something, I don't know. And they ended up going to go in jail for, I think, 90 days for child support.
We're going to have the police check it out, okay? And they try to get.
And he told me, all he told me was that the kid was buried in the backyard. Now, that's all I know. And she had so many kids. Yeah, right in his backyard. And that's all he says, like, we buried him in the backyard. But the kid in question, I don't know what his name is, but I guess he has a lot of problems. So I guess the only way to really figure it out is figure out how many kids she actually has, and then figure out which one's missing. Because what he did tell me that made me kind of believe his story was, he said him and his girlfriend told the older kids that he was staying with her sister, who also has a special needs kid, and that way they don't question it. You see what I'm saying? Like this, and I was like, it's just,
okay, so I don't know. They may think that he's with her sister. Right.
Exactly. So
Right.
the older kids might actually think, hey, this, you know, he's with his...
Okay.
So they might not question things.
Larissa Rodriguez, who was seen speaking with 2 Cleveland police officers while sporting a white tank top and dark-colored shorts, was called to check on the welfare of her 5-year-old son, Jordan. Jordan is said to have been killed by the 34-year-old, who is also accused of having his body buried in the backyard of their house on West 80th Street, between Detroit and Lake Avenues. After 3 hours of digging, the FBI and Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner found Jordan's body on December 19, 2017. Jordan was last seen alive in September, and according to Cuyahoga County prosecutors, investigators think he passed away around September 22nd. The home's backyard was previously searched by police using a cadaver dog, but they turned up nothing. Through interviews, investigators learned more details about Jordan's body's whereabouts. The medical examiner and FBI assisted in the body's recovery.
She's got 5 kids.
Are your kids here? You mind if you step in? Okay. You have one of 4 or 5-year-old. How old are your children? Okay. Is it a boy? A girl? What?
Little boy.
A boy. What's the boy's name?
Anthony.
Okay. See if you can get a name.
Is there anything?
Well, we got a call. Want us to check on the well-being of the 5-year-old, 4 to 5-year-old kid.
Oh, my kids are good.
Okay. What can we see?
They're like,
Okay, I believe you.
don't mind me, man. But I have them all taken out in my room.
Okay. Okay.
Negative, just on
My
the
oldest
brother
one,
of
she's right
Christopher
there.
Rodriguez and his girlfriend, Larissa Rodriguez.
Let me know. Fine.
All right. Hello, kids. All right. All right.
Apparently Larissa has...
What's your name, ma'am?
Apparently Larissa has 9 other children and she told the other...
Is there, I mean, a reason why?
Hold on. Do you have any ID or anything?
She got 5 kids. She said she has 9.
It's like 4 in that room up there.
Jordan Rodriguez's mother, Larissa Rodriguez, is unaware that her boyfriend's brother informed the police that Jordan Rodriguez is buried in her backyard. Larissa is concealing something, as can be seen if you pay close attention to her eyes and body language.
Watch the walls. How many kids do you have, man?
I have 9 altogether,
Okay.
but I have some that don't live with me. But these are the ones that do live with me.
Okay.
Where's Christopher at?
He's in jail. He's been in jail
He's in jail.
for child support. He's been in there since like October.
Was he here when the dog bit the lady?
Yeah.
That was
I
him,
think
right?
so.
Is that him?
Yeah. But he hasn't even been there.
No.
He's been in Medina County.
Both the number of children Christopher has and the amount of child support he owes are unknown. He had to serve 6 months in prison for failing to pay his child support.
That's why I was surprised when my son came down and said, "Mommy, the police." I said, "Huh?"
So Christopher's been in jail for how long?
Since October.
Since October.
Yeah. He's been in Medina County. He's been there October 25th.
What's his last name?
Huh?
What's Christopher's last name?
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez? Is that your husband?
No, we're not legally married.
Gotcha. He's in jail in Medina?
Yeah. He's in Medina County. He's been in there since October 25th. October 24th, October 25th, something like that.
Do you have a child with special needs?
Oh, Jordan? Yes, I do.
How old is Jordan?
Jordan, he is just turned 5.
Where's Jordan at?
He's with his dad. He's gonna be visiting for the holiday. He's not here with us right now, for the holiday.
Where's Dad at?
In Texas. He's not even here. Is that who you guys are pertaining to?
Maybe, possibly.
What was the call mainly about?
Just checking the welfare.
Oh. I get these all the time because I got ignorant ones who want to sit there call on me.
Do you know, what's his dad's name, Jordan's dad?
Patrick. Pat.
Do you have a number to Patrick? Can we reach that?
You need a list of all your kids' names.
A list? Can I get a pen and paper?
Sure. Or you could tell me.
Here, I'll write it down because it's a lot easier.
Okay. Firstborn, all the way down the line. Supposedly Jordan is with Dad
Yes,
in
he's
Texas.
with Dad.
We can call him.
Yeah.
Huh? Right now, I don't have the number because he was going to get a new number.
But he's got family, so we can
Yes.
talk to them.
According to police reports, Larissa Rodriguez informed the authorities that her son had traveled to Houston, Texas, to see his biological father. She was unable to give any information about her son or the biological father, including a phone number. 9 kids are raised by Larissa Rodriguez as her own. Her home, according to social workers, was in deplorable and unsanitary conditions, according to court documents. When they arrived, a social worker saw one of the kids in the house eating a sandwich that had been filled with cockroaches. The Cuyahoga County Children and Family Services took emergency custody of the 4 residents of the home. According to a county spokeswoman, 2 of Larissa's other children were taken by the county years ago, and another lives with a father. Rodriguez has been the subject of 13 neglect or abuse investigations by social workers since 1999. The latest occurred in December 2016. In February, that case was concluded.
The oldest ones that they're probably talking about too is Angel Gilbert. I haven't had custody of them since years ago. Do you need that information too? Or?
Well, you say you had
All
9.
your kids.
Those, I'm only missing, okay.
You got 9. You're a little short. A couple short there.
Okay, I'm going to put the ones that I don't have right here, non-custody.
Okay. And where are they at?
Those, these ones are, he went to foster care. One's with the grandmother. Then I have the other one who Dad took custody.
Okay.
So.
Tell me something about Patrick. Do you know anything about Patrick?
He stays in Texas. I mean, we were together for about 2 years.
What's his last name?
Strong. We wasn't together actually too long. He was just like an internet thing.
Do you know his? Do you know his like when he was his birth date or anything?
No, that I did not. You know, we.
What's Jordan's last name?
Rodriguez. He took it from me.
You got a phone number here, man?
His phone just recently
Your phone.
Oh, my phone, 216-456-4301.
Okay. So how many kids, you have these children to live with you, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 live with you.
Yes.
Do you live here by yourself, or do you
Yeah,
live with
technically,
anyone?
I'm here by myself. I mean, Chris comes and goes, you know, back and forth.
Chris is the one that's in jail right now.
Yes, he's been in jail since October 24th, or October 25th.
Okay. And that's in Medina County.
Yes,
What was he
Medina.
arrested for?
He was arrested for child support.
Oh, child support?
Yes.
Jeez. How many kids did he have?
He has one.
One?
And he's 15. Yeah.
Oh, the other boy is 15? Okay. Okay. Man, I would really love to get in touch with Jordan.
Okay. Is there any way I can give you, when I find the number, to contact you?
Kids you got?
I got 2.
Any of the kids disabled?
He's not really disabled, but that's the one that's with his dad.
No?
No.
Oh, what do you mean?
He's just SSI. He can't talk.
How old is he?
He just turned 5.
Okay.
That's the
Where
one.
does he live?
He's
Texas.
staying. He doesn't live there, but he's just visiting for the holiday.
What? In Texas?
Yeah.
And where he usually lives here?
Yeah.
Okay. What, you got a family members in Texas?
That's why I said, is there a number or something where I can contact you guys?
How long has he been in
No, you
Texas?
can get it now. It's not a big deal. We'll wait. Right.
How long has he been in Texas?
He's been only over there for a couple weeks.
Jordan Rodriguez may be buried in Larissa Rodriguez's backyard, and the police are aware of this as they question her. When she told the officers that she was unable to contact Jordan's father in Texas, the officers' suspicions increased. How do you allow your child to spend the holidays in Texas without being able to reach him? The kids who live with Larissa Rodriguez are aware of the location of their younger brother's grave in the backyard. Larissa convinced her kids to keep their mouths shut, a family member close to her told Crime Champs. "Do you want the police to remove your mother?" Larissa questioned. The children answered in a scared manner. "Don't discuss this situation with anyone," Larissa continues.
Because he goes over there to, visit and stuff like that.
Wait a minute. He goes where to?
Huh? No.
He goes.
Yeah.
He goes.
I want to say sperm donor, but
He goes to Texas to visit.
yeah. He goes there, he went there last year, went there this year. Because he just goes to visit family out there. But other than that, he's here.
So Jordan has family members in Texas.
Yes.
All right. Do you know any numbers or how to get in touch with anybody who actually lives in Texas?
Right now, his phone just got disconnected.
What's his address?
I'm waiting for him to call me.
What's his address?
I don't
you
know
just
his
didn't send
name.
the kid to who knows who, right?
No. I don't know the address personally because me and his dad don't really associate like that.
But you let him go with him, right?
Right. He just had his phone disconnected. He's going to be calling me with the phone number. And that's the only way I can contact him.
The results came to light after 2 days of police and FBI investigation into the whereabouts of Jordan Rodriguez, 5, who has developmental disabilities and cannot speak. Before locating the body, FBI and medical examiner investigators dug in the backyard for about 3 hours. On Tuesday, detectives swarmed West 80th Street between Detroit and Lake Avenues to conduct their investigation. Larissa Rodriguez, Jordan's 34-year-old mother, was detained on suspicion of murder. She is not formally charged of any crimes. Her boyfriend Christopher Rodriguez, 36, is currently serving a 6-month sentence in the Medina County Jail for failing to make child support payments. According to police reports, Larissa Rodriguez told officers that her son visited his biological father in Houston, Texas. The boy was picked up on December 2nd by his aunt, she informed the police. According to police reports, she was unable to give the boy's biological father or aunt's contact information. According to police reports, she was also unable to provide any additional information about her son. Larissa Rodriguez has a long history with the county's Job and Family Services, which includes the removal of her 2 oldest children from her custody a number of years ago. 4 children who lived with her before her arrest and 2 more who live with their father were placed in emergency custody immediately. Jordan was once tied up and had a sock in his mouth, according to Ana Rodriguez, Larissa Rodriguez's sister. She was also informed by a friend that she had recently witnessed Jordan nearly dead in a closet. Ana Rodriguez, who referred to her nephew as a sweet kid, claimed that she informed the county's child social workers about both incidents. Ana Rodriguez said, "I'm just so hurt and angry following the discovery of the remains. I'm puzzled as to why they would subject him to this."
All right, Larissa, we're going to speak to you one last time. We got a meeting with the prosecutor to decide what's going to happen. I am going to re-advise you your rights. You do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court of law. You have a right to an attorney. If you can't afford one, be appointed for you. Do you still understand your rights?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Some things have changed overnight. We did a lot more work on this. We just have a few questions. When this all happened, did you have a cell phone back then?
When this all happened, yeah. I just can't remember what number I had.
What kind of phone was it?
I had it was the same one as my daughter, the Samsung Galaxy on 5.
What color is it?
Silver and black.
Okay. Did you also have like a Samsung phone with a white backing? Like a brand new one?
Oh, I know which phone you're talking about. That we found, my daughter had found that. It was between two phones that was in the house. There was a bigger one.
Well, this one was found underneath your back porch.
Oh, probably my kids. Probably took it and threw it back there.
Which kid?
I don't know. Probably one of my little ones.
Why would they throw it
Because
back?
they play with it.
Oh.
It don't work. You know, we found it and if we couldn't get it to break the code or whatever, Mariana found it when we was walking to the gas station. So we couldn't break the code or nothing, so we just let the kids play with it.
Okay. When I tell you some things have changed is we did talk with the coroner.
Okay.
And they finished their initial examination. And there are some problems. The problems being Jordan had an old left wrist fracture. His left wrist was broken at some point and it was healed. It healed on its own. How? That's something you need to tell us. Jordan also has 3 fractured left ribs that healed on their own and a fractured right rib that healed on its own. And these are all injuries that were healing on their own without medical help, which means he was in a lot of pain for a very long time, and you're not being honest about what was happening to this kid.
See, what happened, I mean, I personally didn't, but I was scared myself, okay?
Scared of?
I think talking to my sisters yesterday actually opened up my eyes a little bit and made me realize I should not be the only one taking full blame for this. I never put my hands on my kids. You can ask any of them. And a lot of people used to tell me maybe that's why sometimes your kids don't listen. You know, sometimes I need to be more rough on them, but that's just not in me. To sit here and...
I don't want to be that mother either. I just don't want to be that mother either.
Right, I don't. I mean, I was like that
Right.
when I was little. I can't be that type of mom to sit there and expect you, okay, my kid may do something wrong, but I see other discipline, you know, timeouts, you know, corner, you know, bedroom, you know, sometimes my Help Me Grow worker even seen it herself. You know, no matter how bad my little ones can act up, I never had that in me to hit my kids. But I think I was just so scared because I used to get my ass beat by Chris just because I defended my kids. My daughter, my oldest daughter, my oldest son can tell you, my older son had to pull a knife on him because he put his hands on me the way he did.
How long were you and Chris together?
About 2 years.
Okay. And he was living with you from day one?
Yeah.
Our understanding is that you were dating someone else who moved out and you met Chris online?
I was with Jake.
Okay.
But Jake wasn't in the house for more than 2 weeks.
Right.
Since when
and he
I
left
first
and then
moved
Chris
in.
came in?
Right.
And you met him online?
Yes.
All right.
So, if I could interject.
Yeah, please.
So what I see happening is like, I think March of 2016, you were going through the process of trying to enroll Jordan in a class that's specific for him. But is it Chris that doesn't want him to do this? Or is... Because what I'm reading...
I did try to get him enrolled in school and stuff like that.
Because what I read was Jordan would have benefited from an environment with children like him. He is autistic, most probably.
Yes. And what I did was, it was almost through the year. So when I talked to the development for the school, I said, well, they either said, well, I could send him now or send him next year. I preferred that he would have started the following year, so that way he's got a whole entire full year. And that's what my, intentions was, to send him to school.
To put your kid at the front of the class,
Yes.
as opposed to the...
Yes.
I did the same thing with my daughter.
Yes, because I wanted my son to actually be around other kids, to actually learn and to actually,
Sure, you don't want some coffee or water?
I'll take some.
Coffee?
Yeah.
Cream and sugar?
Yes, please. And I I was doing what I can, you know, and if you notice, none of my kids or nothing ever went through this until I got with Chris.
I know. That's why, listen, Nina, I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm a mother and you're a mother.
And
I know you're grieving.
my sisters made me realize that, you know, like.
Listen, I know you had a horrible upbringing.
Terrible.
I know. So the most that we can do now is to, I understand where you're at, okay? But I have to press you on certain points. That's my job.
I understand.
And it's as a human being, I know it hurts you. I can see that it hurts you.
Since day one, ever since everything happened, I wanted to reach out. I wanted to tell somebody. The day it happened, the first person I wanted to talk to was my counselor. I wanted to tell her what happened just because I was just so scared. I needed somebody to confide in.
Okay.
And I don't have that support.
When you say the day that it happened, do you mean?
The same exact day.
September 21st?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I needed somebody to talk to. And in my heart, something told me that he did something to my son.
I have to make the coffee here if you want something.
Okay, thank you. In my heart, I just knew something was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I just knew it. Like, you know, okay, if he can hit on me, and he can discipline my other kids, but he wouldn't discipline them like he did Jordan.
Mm-hmm. How does he discipline Jordan?
It was just different. I mean, as far as, you know how you said the sock in the mouth, none of my kids got the sock in the mouth, only Jordan. And I used to sit there and tell him, don't do that. You know, I used to get yelled at. My kids all can tell you I defended all my kids. And that's where a lot of me and his arguments came in, because I did defend my kids. And that's where he would put his hands on me. He even put a sock in my mouth when I tried to yell for help. I felt like I was stuck. And every time something like that would happen, he would always bring up and make me feel like guilty, like I was the one who did that to Jordan. And I didn't hurt Jordan.
Well, so what, let me just say this. We've seen pictures. Up until Christopher Rodriguez comes in the picture, he's a healthy child.
And he was healthy.
He was healthy. However, for whatever reason, he focused on that child. I don't know what that reason was.
And he tried to keep everybody away from me. I couldn't have friends. I couldn't have family. I couldn't have nobody.
I may have missed this. Did he actually physically abuse him? Did you see him?
A few times that I've seen, yes.
Okay. And what did he do?
He would smack him. He would, me personally, didn't see him fracture anything. I wasn't around, or if I went to the store, or if I, went out with my kids or something.
You won't see a fracture.
You won't. That's why it shocked me, because
it's a compound fracture.
Right, because
you won't see it.
My son had a fracture when he jumped off the bicycle. He was on the bike with my older son. So I know, I took him to the hospital for that fracture.
But a rib fracture? You won't see that.
But see, I wish I would, it was just like Jordan trying to tell me something. When I told you that when he finally took his last breath, it was like he was mad. I seen in his face like he just wanted to tell me something. But I just didn't know what that something was. And with him being speechless, I couldn't understand what it was. But I could tell it was just something so mad, angry. And I thought he was trying to cuss me out or something. But I took it as he was just trying to tell me, Mom, I love you, I gotta go, But in my heart, something told me that he had something to do with this. Because every time after this happened, I just hated him. I hated everything. I hated it. I just couldn't stand to be around him.
Did you ever ask him to leave?
I did. And he told me that if I was to call the cops, that he had the gas in his name, that they would tell me that he resides there, that he can't leave. So I just felt like I was trapped. And I even told him, this is my house. You have to go. But then he always threw up, well, if he leaves, he's calling the cops and he's blaming everything on me. Which I didn't hurt Jordan. I take the fault for not taking him to the doctor. Yes, that was my fault. And my other fault was doing
Tissues, Ray. Bring tissues, Ray.
was given the idea to do that. But I didn't hurt Jordan.
I know.
It's not in my heart to hurt Jordan.
I know that. Do you know Jordan looked just like you? He looked just like you. Same face.
There was not one day ever since that happened I never thought about it.
I didn't know if you wanted cream, but...
Because Jordan didn't deserve this.
What do you want?
Tissues,
Oh, okay.
please. Jordan's not, because we have your DNA, he's not identified yet. So I'm hopeful that later today he will be positively identified. You asked me if you could see him. I'm gonna steal one of these because you're starting to get to me.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
And
listen,
my sisters
no
made
one
me
in this
realize a
room-
lot. My sister, and I mean, I haven't talked to them in years. And they said, why are you taking the blame for this guy? And I admit, in my past, that's part of one of my counseling. I've had bad relationships, and it's a pattern.
Yeah.
It's a pattern, and that was something me and my counselor was working on. And this just happened to be another one that just...
Well, he might have been the worst one.
Yeah. I think it was.
You do know we're gonna go talk to Chris. Have you talked to him at all during this time?
No.
Talked to him before you were put in jail?
I talked to him. It was the same day you guys all came. I mean, not you guys, but when they came to the house, and to me, it just seemed like he didn't care.
What did you tell him?
Like, I told him
He was in jail at the time.
Yes, he called me about 6 o'clock that evening, because that's when he got supposedly off of work, from in the work or whatever he did in the kitchen. And yeah, he's like, what's going on? I guess because the detectives went to talk to him. And when they went to talk to him, I guess they were asking him questions. He didn't specifically go into, he just wanted to know more about what happened on my side.
What you said.
Right. So when I sat there and I told him, and he was just like, he didn't seem like I was. You know, like I was scared, I was nervous, I'm, you know, shaking and spooked, and you know, he just seemed so calm. And, you know, like...
Did he tell you what to say, what you should say, what you shouldn't say?
No. That's why when you guys came and said now he changed up his story to something about December 2nd, that's because he heard me say it over the phone. He didn't know anything about what I told the police. But
so when we confront him with Jordan's injuries, is he going to tell us otherwise, that you're the one who did it?
a woman can't do it hit that much harder, and you know what? Anybody can tell you that. And I say that
that's not true.
I mean, he's a lot stronger
I understand.
than I am. And me personally, you could even ask my older son. My older son will tell you. No, Angel.
Angel?
My older son will be the one to, if anything, between my older son and my oldest daughter.
Do you know how we would get a hold of Angel? I mean, do you know that number? Does he live on Wade Avenue with his dad? Or do they live someplace else in the first district?
His dad moved. I could try to get my little sister to contact Angel.
Okay.
Yeah. Because Angel right now, they message through Facebook Messenger. But I remember him leaving my oldest daughter a message with a phone number.
The oldest daughter is Mariana?
Yes. But I don't even know if the detectives got her phone. I mean, I tried calling, she's not answering. So I don't know if the detectives got it for like evidence or something like that.
Yeah, I don't have an answer. I don't think they do, but we'll find out.
Okay, because I've been trying to call her just to see how she's been doing.
Well, I think right now she's in custody with foster care. So I think right now it's probably in her best interest that they keep the kids away from all this. Give them a break.
Right.
Christmas is coming up.
Yeah.
New Year's is coming up. Let them enjoy the holidays. They're going through enough right now. Because we're going to sit down with Mariana and have a talk with her too, but we're trying to give her some time to.
And can you guys at least tell her so that way she doesn't feel like she's scared, she doesn't have to talk? Can you guys please tell her that you guys know that I did open up and tell them and tell you guys?
We will tell her that you told us
because
the truth.
she doesn't open up too much. And
Well, she's probably older than her years.
Yeah.
She'd be more comfortable talking with Detective Remington?
Yeah.
Okay. Well then.
I mean, not only that, but at the same time, if she knows that mom opened up and mom, you know, was honest and told, then she'll feel like it's okay for her to open up. That she doesn't have to feel scared that he's gonna do something.
Okay.
So, do you want to know about the children? So they took. You have 4 older children.
They
split them 2 and 2.
2 and 2. And one of the dads was just here yesterday. They came and saw me yesterday.
Okay.
But I kind of almost refused their visit, but I didn't. Just because something told me it would make me feel better.
So, the older children are 1 hour from the city of Cleveland. They're together, 2 and 2 in 2 different
Are the
homes.
girls with the girls and the boys with the boys?
I don't know that specifically. All I know is that Erica Armstrong and Bill Rozier, I think.
I don't know who that is.
So they're in charge of their placement. That family is keeping them away from the television. So they're not seeing what's going on. Ray and I decided that the state of Ohio mandates that DCFS talks with them in the first week. We decided, between the 2 of us, that in the first week, we don't want to talk with them. Because you wouldn't believe this based on our interview yesterday, but I spent 10 years in sex crimes and child abuse. I want to give your children a chance to decompress, to have normal holidays.
Right.
And then
to let this, you know, pass over through the holiday.
This is traumatic, and when they find out that Jordan is deceased, it will further be traumatic. So, in their first visit, a counselor from Frontline will be with them, and they will explain to them that Jordan is deceased. And then Ray and I would like to sit down with Mariana because she's the oldest, and it's my understanding, you can correct me if my understanding is wrong, she was close with Jordan. And it's also my understanding that Mariana may have been touched physically by Christopher Rodriguez.
No, not in my knowledge.
Okay.
Mariana, and I know that for a simple fact because Mariana was always with me.
Okay.
Mariana's a mama's girl.
Okay.
She's never been alone with him.
That's good.
She's always, every time I go to the store, it's Mom, I'm going with you. You know, so that for a fact, I know.
Has she ever witnessed
She
anything between you and Chris?
No. I mean, are you talking about like
Sex?
No.
Okay.
No, none of my kids.
Okay.
None of my kids. I'm not that type of mom where we sit there and make it. You know,
I don't think you are,
little ones.
but if he's a predator, in other words, if he's attracted to you because he's got a home with you, he's got somebody putting a roof over his head and feeding him, and he's really attracted to kids, then he's playing you to get to her. And she may be afraid to tell you that.
Okay, as a mom, Will you guys look into that for me?
I absolutely will.
I mean, because I personally don't think that, but who knows, you know? And I say that because I was, you know, touched when I was little, when I was 5 years old, by my foster brother, my 18-year-old foster brother. And they always say, if it happened to you, it could be possible it happened to your child. And I just want to make sure that that's cleared.
Well, I want to give her the floor to share that with me, if it has happened. And she has a unique relationship with her brothers and sisters in that.
And I also say that too, because her bond with Chris wasn't too. Mariana's one. She doesn't cling on to everybody. You know, as far as males. You know, as far as mom, yeah, she's very close to that. She's always been with me. Dad's never been there. You know, she's never really had a father figure to step up and be that father figure, which she thought was Chris until the day Chris put his hands on me. You know, and it's just like, that's why their relationship wasn't until kind of like towards the end-ish, you know, like recently, to where her bond is okay. You know, it's not like.
How far into the relationship are you and Chris before he puts his hands on you?
I would say, because it's technically not 2 years until this February. So it's been a year. About a year, right? About? No.
Well, I think he comes into the picture in February of 2016.
No, March.
Okay.
He came in March.
Okay.
It was
2015 or 16?
16, because this is going to be 18 in a minute.
Yeah. So
it would be
so it would be actually 2 years in March.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been, what, about a year?
So you're a year in when he puts his hands on you the first time?
When he finally put his hands on me the first time was when his brother came into town. And I'm the type where, okay, if you make plans, at least make them ahead of time. You knew your brother was coming into town. And if we had plans, you're going to stop our plans just to be with your brother. You know, and I kind of got upset because he said, oh, come on, let's go play some basketball. You know, you complain about our time. Mm-hmm. You know, now that we have our time, you know, where, you know, kids are, you know, it's just family, mm-hmm. you know? And then when we do have our time, you want to go run off with your brother. And so, I mean, I addressed it to him. No attitude, no nothing, you know, and he just got pissed. He just got real furious.
Which brother?
His brother Scotty, the one that's in Pakistan or wherever he is. He just got real pissed, started hitting me, and, you know, just literally that day he gave me a black eye.
Does Scotty know about this?
No. I mean, every time we got into it, he would always call his brother, but always make me look like I'm the bad one.
So
but
he knows his brother about
But he knows his brother. Come on now. Sometimes he would get mad because his brother would defend me. So he knows, you know, like situations that we've been through. You know, some things that he's always called them every time. You know, or talk about he's gonna pack up his stuff and leave, and you know, it's just okay. Then leave. I would have been more happy, you know. But maybe all this would have been told and said a long time ago. You know, maybe that would. But with him not leaving, with him threatening me, with him putting his hands on me, it got so bad. My son grabbed a knife on him, and I'm sorry. I know this is domestic violence towards me, but I see it as self-defense. He's got a scar on his back because I did it. Self-defending myself, because he went and literally choked me, put me in the kitchen, slammed me against stuff, had a knife in his hand. I found something, I don't know whether it was a screwdriver or something. I just grabbed something and just got him right in the head.
Called the police out to the house? Somebody called?
No, nobody. Right. Nobody. And that's what gets me is that street is so highly protected by police that why didn't somebody? I mean, I even tried to jump out the window, try to get some help from somebody. I feel like I couldn't even leave my house. And then when I sat there screaming, he put a sock in my mouth. So I couldn't. And then was sitting there screaming, you know, like I'm screaming, and he's sitting there choking me.
Let me ask you this. Is he, what you described to me about Jordan losing weight in his arms while developing a pot belly, that's malnutrition?
See, you can, even when you talk to my daughter, that's why I thought something was wrong going on with his kidney.
Okay, but
because
my
he was
question
losing the
is-
weight, he was doing, you know, but
I'm not saying you did this. My question is that some sort of discipline that he does to this child?
no,
Does he withhold food from him?
no. That's why none of us ever thought it would have been anything like that. Me, I thought it was his kidney because when he eat, everybody eat. All my kids eat first. I served every single last kid of mine first. And my daughter and my son, anybody can tell you. When I cook big meals.
Mm-hmm.
And Jordan, he was one to always eat.
Mm-hmm.
Always. We get pizza, he eats like 5-6 pieces of pizza. And you know, it surprises me because he was like, where do you put it, Jordan? You know, like, I mean, he always ate. That's why it surprised me when he started kind of losing his appetite. And I used to have to sit with him and say, Jordan, you got to at least eat something. At least take a couple bites.
Well,
you know,
when
because
does
I
he
never had
begin-
that problem with him.
When does he begin losing his appetite?
I don't know the specific date. I mean,
Roughly.
2 months.
Summertime, springtime, wintertime?
I could say it was about maybe summer, early summer. You know, he started losing appetite. I got him to at least drink something. I don't, you know, like some behaviors where I saw where I'm called for. Sometimes Jordan will wake up. I mean, remember how I told you, like, with his rocking?
That's a signature. I don't mean to...
No,
make
he's
it
always
sound-
did that ever since
Right.
when he was a
That's
baby.
sort of a signature of children who have spent time in an incubator or children who are autistic. They will rock and self-soothe themselves.
See, that's the first time I heard that. Because
It's
I
a
even
self-soothing
asked the
them.
doctor too, and I was like, why does he do that? You know, I guess
Self-soother.
because I wasn't there to, you know, rock him and cuddle him,
Mhm.
and you know, until he was 4 months. That was what he used to do. And then used to get up in the middle of the nighttime. I used to, like, he would sleepwalk. So I would, you know, sometimes have to keep an extra eye on him.
Mm-hmm.
Because I caught him one time going to the bathroom, getting toilet water and drinking toilet water. And I'm looking like, why is he, you know, like, is he even alert when he's doing this? You know, it would be like certain behavior, you know, like, and I used to have to stop him. He'd go straight to the refrigerator. I don't even know if he's like awake when he's doing this or if he's sleeping or, you know, it's just things that I had to watch out with him. And he would just like get into anything and everything. And I noticed that when he did it, even after Jordan was gone, my other son was doing it. My other little son, my 4-year-old. And I'm looking like, is it because he watched Jordan do it? Or why is he doing the same thing that Jordan was doing?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I mean, is it a behavioral thing? I mean, it's just something that okay, I recognize that. Jordan used to do that. You know, like, and it was just, and Jordan was perfectly fine. It was just something I felt like in that house too. Like it was not really wanting us there. You know, like a sense of something. And I guess I don't know if you guys heard about this, but I found out after I moved there. Because when I went to see the house, it had a caution thingy wrapped around it, kind of like on the front bush. And I looked like maybe it was just for a Halloween decoration or something. But the neighbors and somebody had told me that actually a father had killed his son. Or something happened there. So it kind of like, you know, like, wait a minute, you know, this house is just like bad luck, you know. And I mean, Jordan's behaviors didn't start till we moved there. In that house, I never seen Jordan behavior act any different. You know, his behavior just changed. You know, it's just like I had to observe him a lot more there. You know, things that he was doing, I've never seen him do.
Well, to be fair, by the time you move there, he's really developing. An autistic child may be a little bit delayed.
Right, and he was 3 months delayed.
He's probably even more delayed than that. If we didn't get him into school, but he's developing into himself at age 3. So, is it a coincidence? I don't know. Is there something to do with this house? Perhaps.
But after you know, the things happened with Jordan, my other little one, he was 3, when he was doing the same thing Jordan was doing.
Right. Is it a coincidence? I don't know. Is there, obviously you believe in spirits.
I've went through a couple things myself, so that's why, like, I mean,
I believe in spirits too, good and bad.
I've actually had one.
What kind of spirit is Christopher Rodriguez?
He's a Roman Catholic. So
I'm not talking about his religious affiliation.
Like, what do you mean? He believes in Saint Michael.
Does he have a good soul with light in it, or does he have a black soul?
I say he's got a little bit of both. But when his anger comes out, it's real nasty. It's terrible.
So he's an angry black cloud.
Yeah, I could say he went through a lot of things too in his life, but I mean, I've never been with somebody so angry like that. I mean,
everybody sitting here in this room has been through some horrible things in their life.
Right.
And
I mean,
life
I
is
even
about
did
choices.
too. But I mean,
but you didn't. I turn them around to your kids.
No, never.
But
never.
The difference is, and this is my experience of 10 years working over there, those ain't his kids.
Right.
His mouth may say, these are my kids.
Right. But his action speaks for
But at the end of the day, that's some other man's kid. And if he's interfering with my time, with you.
Right. And his thing was always, oh, you know, your baby daddy's going to try to come back and this and this and that. And, oh, that's my kid. And, you know, it was just, it was always just something with him. I mean,
so he's jealous in addition to all that? He's a jealous guy?
Very, very. And that's one reason why I don't have my Facebook, is because I get compliments about how pretty I am and this and this and that. And all I said was thank you. It was a compliment. That's what you say when somebody gives you a compliment, right? Thank you.
Right.
There was no conversation other than thank you. And I had to hear it.
Male or female? Could be.
There was one time everything was perfectly fine. He was sitting up in the room. Says that the ghost spirit in the house, the female ghost spirit that we have in our house, sat there and told him to look at my Facebook. Looking on somebody in the past.
Let's see if our 9 o'clock can set up the other one.
It was somebody in the past that we never did anything. We were friends.
Okay.
Nothing. And I got accused.
Listen, I have a really unique perspective into what your life is like. There's almost no female that I've ever met that hasn't had an unwanted sexual experience. And what those unwanted sexual experiences create are broken souls. So, I completely understand the position that you're in. And if you want to continue this conversation later today, I'm happy to do that. If you want me to pull you back over here, I'm happy to do that. I feel for where you're at, because no woman should ever have to bury their child, and I think you did the best you could with what you had, but that guy was using you.
And that's why I told my sisters too. I said, if I ever get up out of here, I'm not going back. My sister says that they would help me get back on my feet, do what I have to do, because I was always Always had my own. Always had my kids. My kids have never been a day without me. This is my first Christmas without my kids.
At the end of the day, and I understand how you feel about if I ever get up out of here. I don't know what they're going to charge you with. My suspicion is it's going to be murder B. That's my suspicion.
And what gets me is he's not going to get charged for anything.
Oh, now that's not going to be true. And that's not going to be true.
And what is murder B?
It's it's causing the death of another without a plan to actually do it.
And how much time and what am I really looking at? Can you tell me?
I can't.
Or just like a kind of, like a...
I would say, honestly, I would say probably double digits.
What's that?
At least in the neighborhood of a double digit. Now, I don't know what happens later on down the line. And I'm not in charge of that. I can only tell you that I had one other scenario that was very similar to this, and that particular female is doing 8 years. But I would submit this to you. Were it me in your shoes, I would be thankful that my children are in homes where the adults can take care of them. This is not going to prohibit you from having conversation with your children. This is not going to prohibit you from having a place in your children's life. You will still have communication with them. And you have a unique opportunity here. It doesn't matter what you do to your children. They will always love you. The important thing here is that you tell the truth, all the truth, even the truth as they see it. You ask for forgiveness and you move forward. Christopher, and I promise you, I know you wanted to punch me in the nose yesterday, and I accept that.
I was being sarcastic. I'm so sorry.
You weren't being sarcastic. You were angry. And it's my job.
But I'm not a fighter.
It's my job to make you angry.
I think I kind of got off that way because I'm so used to, like, being, like, when the guys come at me like that, it just, I don't know, it's just like...
Do you understand that it's your eternal need to be with a guy that is attracting guys like that?
And that's what I need to change.
Well, and this is a unique opportunity to do that. I
have
heal
to do for
that
myself.
part of you.
Right.
So kids who are touched when they're kids wind up either hyper promiscuous or they wind up not at all promiscuous. It's up to you what you decide you were. But at the end of the day, both camps only feel good about themselves if they have a significant other. You have to heal that. You have to be comfortable with you. I don't need anyone else. I'm at peace with being alone, and only when I'm healthy will I attract someone else who's healthy. And I can say that because I'm 50. And I've been you. There's a reason why I was so good at what I did across the hall. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
You still are. You do a very good job.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? I've been you. As a kid, my life wasn't as... Not that you can compare them.
Say it wasn't so gravy.
But my point is, everybody has a story, right? it wasn't so gravy. But I had a good mom. I had a really good mom. And I don't think you did. And I don't think you had a great dad either.
I really didn't know my dad. He passed away when I was 5. I mean, I really didn't know too much about him. I knew my mom. You know, I got to meet her because I grew up in foster care myself. But I had got to meet her when I was 14. She gave up custody of all of us. We got lucky because we had a foster home that took all 3 of us,
Right.
all 3 sisters.
Right.
And I seen it as they mistreated us too. So I can't say all foster homes and all adopted homes are the greatest. But they kicked me out and gave me back to my mother at the age of 14, which the courts told me that they wasn't supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
And it was court papered. And my mom was out there, drugs, might as well say prostitution, because she was out there. And she didn't have a great life herself.
Mm-hmm. And she had a horrible ending.
Yeah. And I
So this
remember
is
everybody
your-
telling me that, you know what, hopefully I don't end up like her.
This is your unique opportunity to change the end of your life.
Because I could have been dead.
Of course you
I
could
could
have.
have been dead.
And
And it used to get him mad because sometimes, even after the situation with Jordan, it used to get me mad because he put his hands on me and choked me. And I had knots in my head and I said, I just wish I was with Jordan. And he said, what did you say? I said, I wish I was with Jordan. I wish I could take Jordan's place for him. You know, and he was just like, you know, because he didn't like the fact that I used to bring him Jordan. Oh, you know, you don't need nobody hearing, you know, what happened and this and this and that. He would get pissed off.
what do you think he did to Jordan?
I think that morning, technically, something had to happen. I don't know what it could have been. Something had to happen because Jordan wouldn't just collapse like that. You know, I don't know if maybe he might have pushed him, shoved him, punched, or could have even punched him.
Does he punch
Who
him?
knows? No, I've never seen him. But I mean, if you're talking about any type of fractures, I mean, who's
Well,
to say?
There's a
I
big
mean,
difference between punching a child in the face where you're going to see the mark, or punching a child.
I'm gonna interview the other one now.
Okay. Punching a child in the rib cage, and no one sees that. So what I'm saying to you is, this guy's a street dude. He knows how to hit.
Right.
He knows how to hit somebody in soft places with a hard object and not leave a mark.
Mhm.
So, what did he put a kidney shot on that boy? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Who's to say?
What that he was pissed off at that kid for whatever reason, puts a kidney shot on the good kidney, and it's lights
And it's
out.
shut down.
Yeah. So now we could be very likely leaning toward a situation where Jordan was beaten to death based upon all these pre-mortem injuries that are in different stages of healing.
And something told me, I don't know what it was, it's just a feeling that he had something to do with this. Because I not once, ever, and as you've seen for yourself, pictures and everything, I've always posted. My kids were always healthy. I've always took care of my kids.
Mm-hmm.
I never hit my kids. Everybody used to tell me, even the officer at the house, as you can, he's like, maybe you need a spanking, you know, and that's not in me to do that. You know, when I was little, I got hit with extension cords. I got hit with boards. I had to kneel on rice on a carpet. And I told myself, those are things I never want my kids to go through. Nothing.
Hey, I don't want to be that mom either.
That's horrible.
I don't want to be that mommy. I don't want to compel my child through fear. So,
And I remember he always used to tell me, well, you need to discipline your kids and this and this and that. And it's just like, I'm doing my best to discipline my kids.
what is his definition of discipline?
His, I guess, is more like spanking and I don't know what he considers discipline.
Did you see him put the sock
Sometimes.
in Jordan's mouth and put him in a corner?
One time I did, yes. And I didn't like it. I didn't.
Did he make Jordan sit in the closet?
Not that I know of. Not that I know, but and can't no say when I step out or, something like that. But as far as the closet goes, I know my kids play in the closet. That's all I know.
Mm-hmm.
My kids love to sit there and hang on the little bar thingy. And one time I caught my little one just sitting on the shelf up there. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? Typical kids.
Playhouse.
Mm-hmm. But as far as that, I don't know. But my Jordan didn't deserve any of this. None.
Well, and what I suggested to you yesterday is that the only way you heal yourself from all of this is to take responsibility for your side of the street. Meaning, if I drank, if I doped, if I didn't keep house, if I didn't put sheets on your bed, if I didn't feed you, if I was overwhelmed, if I didn't do my part to take care of you, then I own that. And
Right, just like I take the responsibility. I didn't take him to the doctor. That was my fault.
mm-hmm.
I mean, I didn't call the ambulance when he needed it. That was my fault.
Mm-hmm.
I also had part in putting him there because I just had a baby.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm feeling depressed. I diagnosed with PTSD,
Mm-hmm.
and
probably postpartum.
And, I didn't know what to do. I just got scared and I just was like, and I wasn't ready to let Jordan go because I've been through so much with Jordan. By myself, even before I got with Chris, I was taking him to the doctor. It was a lot, but I was working on getting there because my social worker, my counselor has a preemie, so she was working with me on some things that I could do with Jordan.
Well, let me ask you this. I don't know who Patrick Strawn is. My understanding from you is that this was a one-time liaison with him or a couple of time liaison with him?
Yeah, and then I got pregnant and here comes Jordan, and I didn't want nothing to do with him. He didn't want nothing to do with me.
Okay.
So I told him, I sent him back, and I told him, you need to go to Texas, back home where, where you are.
So, but my question to you is, not to cut you off, and I know you need to talk about this stuff to get it out. The law says that he has a right to Jordan because he's the father. What that he never comes forward or we don't find him?
He's not going to come forward. He's not.
Then whom would you want to have Jordan? Michelle?
My sister, and I talked to her last night.
Michelle or Anna?
Michelle.
Okay.
Because she's more responsible. Michelle's more responsible. She's the oldest.
So in the absence of Patrick Strawn, you would want her to have Jordan's remains?
Yes.
And to follow through with what she wanted to do, which was a cremation?
Yes.
And to divide the remains between his siblings?
I think that would be best. I talked to her yesterday, and I told her I was going to let you know that, because we all agree, he's never been there. He never wanted no part of Jordan. And even on Facebook, I could even show you from old messages. I sent him pictures of when he was in the NICU.
Mm-hmm.
I told him when he was born. I didn't have to tell him.
Mm-hmm.
Those are things that even I try to connect with his sister. I didn't get nothing from neither.
Well, what if
one
they come back and they do want him? Then what?
I doubt it. I mean,
But if they do, then there's nothing we can do. I hope not, for your sake, and for your.
Me personally, I don't think they will. They've never stepped up before, so thinking we just gotta think I'm just gonna have my sister do everything until further notice. If he does come through, if he doesn't, I don't know.
Okay.
But
Do you have any questions for me at this juncture?
No. But would I still be able to see him or no?
So
To at least say my last, finals to him. If I can't, I'll just, say them in prayer or whatever to myself. But I think I just kind of need that, closure.
I don't suspect that they're done with their examination at this point. And I think that probably...
They're not going to.
They're probably not going to allow you that. And I don't think that you want to see photos of him. You actually physically want to see your child.
That's very true.
Is there any other questions you have for me at this juncture?
So they're gonna go ahead and charge me today?
Yes. I'm going to charge you today at some point, and you'll probably go to court in the morning, and then in the morning we're going to talk to the other half of the equation in Medina County.
Good luck with that.
Well, I really don't care if he speaks or not. And I want you to know that I helped to arrange the visit with your sisters.
Thank you. That helped a lot.
You can't go through this alone. And what I would say to you is I've had members of my own family do big chunks of time for some really fucked up shit.
And they told me, Larissa, you've never had a record. You shouldn't even be here.
Well, this is...
And now I feel bad because my little sister, she's taking it hard.
Well...
And I know that she feels it's her fault. And it's not her fault.
I assured her that the other half of the equation will be held responsible for his part in it. Because it's undeniable that when he comes into the picture, that this child's life changed irrevocably. So,
because I was in plenty other relationships before him and nothing happened.
I'll be right back.
Jordan Rodriguez, Larissa Rodriguez's 5-year-old son, was killed, and Larissa and her boyfriend Christopher Rodriguez were both charged with the crime. They each entered guilty pleas to a lesser charge of involuntary manslaughter. Both Rodriguezes also pleaded guilty to felonious assault, endangering children, and offenses against a human corpse. In exchange, prosecutors dropped the charges of murder. Judge Nancy Margaret Russo of the Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court immediately sentenced Christopher Rodriguez to the maximum term of 28 years in prison and Larissa Rodriguez to 25 years. Following release, each offender will serve 5 years of probation. Jordan Rodriguez, the son of Larissa Rodriguez, was allegedly killed and buried in the backyard of the couple's Cleveland home on West 80th Street. Jordan was discovered in December, but police claim he passed away in September. In a court document, it was stated that the remains displayed multiple signs of abuse, including broken ribs. In exchange for her guilty plea to food stamp fraud, Larissa Rodriguez received a 6-year prison term. From July 2015 to July 2017, Rodriguez received 50 cents for every $1 in food stamp benefits from caseworker Nancy Carabio. Carabio received a 3-year prison term. Judge Russo became very emotional as she thought about the case before sentencing Christopher Rodriguez, occasionally fighting back tears. I never cried in 22 years, she admitted. This is among the worst things I've ever witnessed. You simply keep having children while ignoring their significance. You didn't even say you were sorry, which I missed. This child was abused in these horrifying crimes. Larissa and Christopher Rodriguez declined to speak to the court. You are about to see her ex-boyfriend Christopher Upton being questioned by police. While they were dating, she became pregnant through Christopher Upton, giving birth to a daughter they named Nevaeh. Let's get into the video.
Have a seat over here.
This way.
Over there, please. So this is obviously being recorded for.
No problem.
Okay. We record them all.
No, don't move.
Bad guy seat. You can have either.
No, I'm fine. At least this time I could say I was in a good guy seat.
That's what I say too.
This is just crazy.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it's like for people who've had personal relationships with Larissa or children with her. So, Christopher Upton.
Yes.
I felt like I knew your birthday.
5/19/83.
I didn't know your birthday. What's your so? And where do you live?
3127 West 46. That's Cleveland, and then the zip.
You live there?
That's the place of residing. I stay in Medina, but I still own that house.
Okay.
I haven't sold it yet, so I can't leave it empty. So I stay there 2 nights a week, and my wife and kids stay at my in-laws' house. But I do all my mail and everything goes to Medina.
Okay. So if I had to reach out to you in Medina.
It's 5828 Ryan Road. And then the zip is 44256. Yeah, in that neighborhood, I can't leave the house empty. Someone will clean it out, and I'll be SOL because we still owe $50,000 on it. So I go down there 2 nights a week and stay and leave the kids up there, and then I drive all the way back and go to work till we can get rid of it. It's supposed to be on the market now, but we'll see what happens.
It's frustrating.
Yeah, especially seeing as it was never our house. We got stuck with it, so.
Your cell phone. And your wife's name?
Jennifer. I don't know her number.
I don't need to call
Okay.
her. It's just. And your daughter's name?
Nevaeh. Nevaeha.
And her date of birth?
Is 10/16/09.
Okay.
I have 2 of them that are pretty close. My son is 10/14/05.
Oh.
Yeah, so, and then my wife is 10/5/83. So
You're broke in October.
I got married at the end of October 26th. So I wouldn't, 4 strikes, I'm out. Figure I'm gonna be broke at the end of the year anyways with Christmas. Might as well go the whole shebang. Only me and my youngest daughter is in March, and I'm in May. So we're the oddballs.
Huh. Wow. So, obviously you're familiar with
Yes.
Larissa.
Yes.
And are you familiar with?
I've never met him. My daughter has been gone since she started dating him.
Okay.
My daughter has been gone from there about 3 weeks before kindergarten. And now she's halfway through the 2nd grade. So, 2.5 years, almost 3 years. I think it was July of 15
is the last time she's seen her? She's had, no contact whatsoever, no phone calls, no Facebook messages, and, nothing with Nevaeh on all of that time. She practically just stopped showing up to pick her up. She was supposed to pick her up every other Sunday for 6 hours at the CVS on West Boulevard. Never got a call, never got a text saying, hey, I'm not going to make it. Hey, can we switch weekends? Nothing like that. I showed up for the following probably 90 days, 3 to 4 months every Sunday. So would sit there for a half hour, no show. Finally, I want to say it was about October, right before Halloween, I told Nevaeh, I said, I'm not taking you there no more. Obviously, in 3 months, she hasn't showed up. She's not going to show up. We're wasting our time to go sit there. I didn't even get her dressed half the time because I knew she was going to come right back home anyways. So I brought her back home in her pajamas, and we started our day from there. Like I said, no contact, no nothing. Just as if she fell off the face of the earth.
Was that painful for her?
It was. Nevaeh dealt with the times where she would say, why doesn't my mom love me? Why doesn't she want me? Why did she stop coming to get me? To me, she blamed herself, and Nevaeh is one of those to where she does what she thinks is going to get your approval. She doesn't.
She needs approval.
Exactly. She's one of those where even now she kind of knows what's going on. I think she sometimes tells me what I want to hear instead of really showing her, her emotions or anything like that. That was part of the reason why I got her in counseling, because I thought the counseling would help her to where she can discuss to them how she feels without the burden of, is she going to disappoint me? Is she going to disappoint Larissa? Because like I try to tell my wife, no matter what, it could be 3 years, 5 years, whatever. If she ever ran into Larissa again, it's still her mom. It may be an awkward situation at the beginning, but eventually she's going to remember that she's her mom. And, if she wanted a relationship with her, there was nothing I could do, against that. But at the same time, I have to shield her from, everything going on and show her that even though her mom is not in her picture, she still has a strong foundation and a support system and, people around her that actually love her and care about her and keep her safe. So that's what I try to, and, because my wife's like, well, we're never going to let her see her again. And I'm like, you can do that until she's 18. When she's 18, there's nothing you can do. If she wants a relationship with her mom, the best I can do is explain to her what happened, how it happened, and let her make her own decisions from there. But, right now, I hold the ball. And they called, both Larissa's sisters called me yesterday. Wanted me to bring them down. I guess they had a visit with the kids yesterday. Wanted me to bring Nevaeh down. And I left it to Nevaeh. I told Nevaeh, I said, it's up to you. If you feel like you want to go down and, visit them and, open them wounds or whatever you want to do, that's on, we'll work through it. And she told me yesterday she did not want to go, and she had no desire to see any of them. When last week she did see the two aunts, and she told me when we got in the car, she said, Daddy, they're crazy. And I'm like, what do you think? I'm like, oh, honey, they're just grieving right now. They don't know how to handle this. But,
Does she remember her brother?
She didn't remember. I showed him a picture. I showed the same picture that they're using on Fox 8 and everything, and I said, which one is this? Because after Milton, I couldn't tell you which one is which, because I've never met any of them. But Nevaeh did. And Nevaeh said she couldn't remember. And then when Michelle showed her a picture of them all together, with Nevaeh in the picture, Nevaeh remembered who he was then. But again, that could have been Nevaeh, seeking approval from Michelle. It just, I don't know with her. It's hard to read her. She likes to keep everything close to her chest and not show any emotions, whatsoever. So even when she, when we ground her or, whatever, take something away, she doesn't cry. She just sits and is silent. She's not like a normal kid where she shows emotion. She's just, to me, it's like she put up a wall a long time ago, and you're not gonna get past that wall unless she feels like she can trust you. She talks to my wife and my mother-in-law more than she'll talk to me or my mom. She opens up more to them, but it's always when I'm not around. So it's just weird with her. She's not like any of my other kids that, you know, my son has no problem opening up. My daughter, she's only 4. You can take that with a grain of salt. But with Nevaeh, she's hard to read. She's difficult.
So is she the oldest?
She is not. My son is 12. Okay. I have a 12-year-old. She's the middle one.
What's his name?
Draven. Draven. His last name's Oglesby. Oglesby.
And then you have a 4-year-old?
Yeah, her name is Chloe. Khloe. And then she has my last name.
So when you dated Larissa, Jordan was not yet born.
No. The only one she had when I first started dating her was Mariana. Mariana was about 5, maybe 6.
Okay, so that would have been 2010-ish?
Yeah, I literally only dated her about 6 months when Nevaeh was born. So Nevaeh was born in 2009. Yeah, so beginning of 2009.
So your relationship with her was only a 6 months?
About 6 months, and then I had accusations that she was seeing somebody else on the side too, and it just, to me, I'm not gonna stay in a relationship if we're fighting or whatever. It made no sense to stay in a relationship, and I just didn't see any future in it. I didn't see her wanting to better herself. I didn't see her wanting to do anything with her life, and I'm like, I deserve better than that. I go to work and work every day, and you're just gonna lay around and do nothing. Like, it just. And then, like I said, I went through her phone one night and seen some other guy texting her, and I'm like, you know what, I gotta go. And then I got a call about 3.5 months later that she was pregnant, and I said, okay, what are you calling me for? And she said, I think it's yours. And I said, okay. I said, well, call me when you have the baby. I'll come right there. We'll do a DNA test, and we'll go from there. And she ended up keeping me on the phone for a while, and we ended up talking about names. And one of the names that she was gonna name Nevaeh, I didn't really care for. And I said, well, if this is a possibility to my daughter, I think we should both have a say-so in it. And we agreed on Nevaeh. And then I didn't get another call. I got a call the day she was getting released from the hospital. Didn't get a call when she was, and I live right by Metro. I could have walked, went there and been in the delivery room. I got a call a couple days later, and then she said that the boyfriend Milton at the time was gonna race Nevaeh, and I'm like, okay. She goes, but we still need to go through a DNA test. And I said, okay. So we went down, DNA tested her, and then when I got the results, I tried to see her, and Milton was very abusive to her. She was always had bruises and everything else, and I had told her, I said, this is my daughter. I want to see her, and she kept blaming Milton, saying Milton wouldn't allow it, and whatever.
Milton was abusive to Larissa?
Yeah. She's bounced around so much. There was cops called to almost every house that she's been to. And then one day he was in jail for hitting her, and she called me and she said, hey, would you like to meet your daughter? So I went over there, met Nevaeh, and I thought that was going to be the start of it. I thought I was going to have a relationship with Nevaeh, and it wasn't until Nevaeh was almost 2 till she finally called me again. And she sent pictures and a letter to my mom's house, and her and Milton had broken up. She had little Milton by then, and she had said she had moved over in the little projects that they used to have across from Tri-C. And she said, why don't you come over and, we can sit down and we can discuss and everything. And I said, okay. I said, but I'm in a serious relationship now. I said, so my girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife, is going to be part of Nevaeh's life too. I'm like, so I'm going to bring her. You guys can meet each other, because I wanted it to be a civil relationship, because at the long run, my daughter was at stake. Mm-hmm. So we went. We sat down and talked for a good 2 hours, and then we went and got Nevaeh from daycare. We we talked at daycare, and Nevaeh opened up right away. She hugged me, and and then the following Friday, I had asked if we could start taking her for the day and see how it went. Well, the day went pretty fast, and Nevaeh was having a lot of fun, and I called Larissa and I said, "Hey, what do you think about letting me keep her overnight? I have a bed, I have clothes, I'll get whatever I need, And she said, "Okay, we can do that." We ended up keeping her till Monday from Friday, and took her home, and then it was like every other day she was calling me, "Oh, Nevaeh wants to come back over. Oh, Nevaeh wants to come back over." So it got to the point where I was dropping her off on a Sunday, and I was back over there on Tuesday to pick her up, and I have her all the way again till Sunday. She never wanted to be there. So then I just stopped calling her, and I waited until Larissa called me to say, "Hey, when are you going to bring her home, or is she going to come home today?" And before long, it was like 90% of the time I had her. And then it was like that until probably Thanksgiving of 2014. And then Nevaeh came home with her private parts all raw. And I chalked it up as a 4-year-old not wiping herself. And my wife took her to the bathroom and was talking to her and explaining to her how important it is as a girl to make sure you wipe yourself. And she said, "Well, Mommy, that's not it." She said, "It's Mariana's touching me under the blanket." And my wife comes downstairs and she's crying, and I'm like, "What's wrong?" And she's like, "We need to talk." And I'm like, "Okay." Well, it was at Thanksgiving time. We had all of our family, over for Thanksgiving. So I waited until everyone left, and my mom and her mom stayed. And we got to talking, and it came out. So I didn't know what to do, because I have a son at home. I didn't want her to go back and mom blame my son. And so I called the cops, and I actually forgot the card. I had the detective's name. They came out. They interviewed Nevaeh, and they'd advised me to take her to Fairview Hospital, that they would have a SANE nurse meet me there. I said, okay. So we took her there, and they did their inspection and everything, and then they said that there was no physical damage, but they weren't denying that it could have happened. Mm-hmm. So I said, okay. So about that time, Marvin Bishop with the Child Services called me. They investigated it, and I started getting all these emails threatening me from Larissa, saying that I'm making it up, that I'm doing this just so I can get out of child support, and just everything you can imagine. And I try to explain to her, as a father, what father wants to sit there for 2 hours with their 4-year-old getting examined right next to him, crying because, they're making her open her legs, open her butt, open this, open that. And she never understood that. Well, I had emergency custody until February of that year, and then they said that they closed the case, that they would release. I had to release Nevaeh back to Larissa, and I said okay. I said, well, she can come with the cops, because I'm not just releasing her, because I knew how she was gonna be. She was gonna make a show out of it, and I didn't want my daughter to see that. So I knew the cops was coming with her. They knocked on the door. They gave me the ample time to get her ready, explain to her what was going on. Nevaeh cried. They took her. About 3 days later, Larissa called me and said she wants to come back over. And I'm like, okay. So we got her back, and I had already started the process of going to go down and fight for legal rights. I wanted it set in stone, so if I showed up over there with the cops, she had to release her to me. And then the one day she surprised me, and she was like, I'm going to pick Nevaeh up. And I'm like, okay. So she came and picked him up, and she was seeing Jake now. And I'm like, okay. He never would want to introduce himself to me, and I just thought it was weird, because you're around my daughter. You should at least say, hey, I'm Jake. At least have the courtesy as a man to say who you are and introduce yourself, because I knew how Larissa was. There was a different guy every other week, and I wasn't comfortable with all these guys being left with my daughter. So I called, phone's disconnected. I go by the house. The landlord's like, oh, she moved. I'm like, well, do you have a forwarding address? He's like, yeah, but I can't give it to you. I'm like, why? He's like, it's just policy that I don't give out any information. I'm like, okay. So I went downtown, and they told me, they said, you got to find her on your own. They said that we can't release any information to you because we don't know if there's a restraining order or if there's this or there's that. And back then, I didn't understand that. Now I look back at it and I'm like, okay, for the safety of my daughter, that was what they thought at the time was good. Reached out to some lawyers and they told me that, hire a private investigator, you can find her. And I'm like, one, I work at Target. Two, you take out $300 a month in child support, but yet let's work in a private investigator. My in-laws helped out a lot. My father-in-law works for Ford. We were almost at that point where I was going to hire a detective, and I was like, you know what? We're going to find a different way. We have a cousin that is mutual. Larissa's cousin is married to my cousin. So I reached out to her, and she's like, no one sees her, no one talks to her. I was like, okay. About that time, my wife made a fake Facebook. Took a picture from a guy that she found in Atlanta, Georgia, of a big black guy, cornrows. Larissa's tight. So we made a fake Facebook, reached out to her. Within about 2 days of talking to her, she invited her over at 2:30 in the morning, gave us the address and everything, and I'm like, oh, okay. Just so happened she was on 25th on the same street as my grandpa's church. So we drove over there. I verified that the house was there, the correct address. That was on like a Friday. I knew my aunt was going to be going to church on Sunday and no one would recognize her. So I had her pull into the driveway and there Nevaeh was in the driveway playing. No adults around, just 3 kids outside playing in the yard. So I said, okay. So the next day I called the cops and I went over there to do a wellness check. And I said, can I at least hold her? Can I at least make sure she's okay? And they said, well, it's up to the mother. And she's like, nope. She's like, nope, he ain't seen him. So me and my brother-in-law was standing there waiting, talking to the cops. And as we were driving away, her and Mariana are both standing there at the end of the driveway flipping us off. And I'm like, she's like 9 now. What kind of mother lets their kid like that? Because my kids ain't doing that. And then 2, just that blatant that the cops didn't even leave yet. And you're flipping me off and acting an idiot. I went downtown the next day, filed for them to serve her with papers to take her to court. About 30 days later, we made our first court appearance. They go through the whole steps. They want to do mediation first. We get in a mediation room, and she says, I'm not doing mediation. He ain't seeing Nevaeh. I'm the mother. I don't have to do any of it. So they couldn't even put us in the room together because she was threatening me, saying she was gonna move, she was gonna do this, she was gonna do that. So they put us both in separate rooms, made us write a statement. They said, well, there's nothing we can do. We're gonna kick it to the judge. We go to the judge. She was 45 minutes late the first time. Second time, she was an hour late. Third time, she was like a half hour late. And then they finally took us in, and she said, they started the trial. Nevaeh had a guiding light lawyer that was working for what the best interest of her. She had been out to both homes, interviewed both families. In the middle of the court, Larissa got up and said, I don't have to listen to anything you got to say. I don't have to do what you got to say, and walked out of the courtroom. In the middle of while the judge was talking, I'm just like, okay. So the judge sent a bailiff out. They talked for a minute. He said, we're going to take your statement. I went on a stand, gave my statement. He said, we're going to give her one more chance to hold her tongue. If she can't, then we'll find her in contempt and, we'll move on. She came in, she lacklustered on the stand. She really didn't help her case or hurt her case. It was basically like talking to a wall when she was up there. She gave short answers. Some of the allegations was that Jake had a gun. He had put the gun on the counter and said that he would kill her, Nevaeh, all the kids, because they were having a problem. One of them had burnt Nevaeh with a cigarette on her forehead. She came over with bruises, black eyes, stuff that at the time I was chalking it up as the bigger sister was beating her up or, bullying because I was letting her take stuff that she'd gotten over our house over there. And here these other kids were fighting for stuff from churches or, whatever. And then that was on a Tuesday. On Wednesday morning, I went down and found out that I had gotten full custody of her with visitation rights. She wasn't too happy about that. She said I paid off a judge. She said my in-laws gave me the money to pay off a judge. That money bought me my daughter. I'm like, no, your actions is what gave me my daughter. So after that, like I said, we never seen eye to eye. She wouldn't even come and pick Nevaeh up. she would send Jake to meet me at CVS. I think maybe in like from April to July, maybe twice she picked her up, or maybe twice we even talked on the phone. It was mostly through text, and it was, I'll have my daughter there. You better be there to pick her right up at 6 o'clock. It was never sociable or whatever. And I told my wife, I've told Nevaeh, and I even told the guiding light lady when she came out after I had gotten custody. I said I was hoping that this was going to be temporary, that she would see this as an eye opener and want to start seeing Nevaeh more, because my whole intentions was never to rip her out of Nevaeh's.
Right.
Exactly, because at the end of the day, that is still technically her mother.
Well, it's
and I never wanted to take her from her brothers and sisters, but as a father, I was doing what was best for my daughter, and what was best for my daughter was at the time to get her out of that house. And
did you ever reside with her?
No. Stayed the night over there a couple times when we were dating. Never lived with her.
What condition was the house in when you were there?
It was always a mess. Always a mess. Even when, like I went over there to pick up Nevaeh, the house was always a mess. The kids looked like they hadn't eaten a couple days. And I even told Marvin Bishop that. I said, I'm doing this for you guys to see that my daughter needs to get out of there, but something else needs to be done about these other kids. Mariana was always sick, was always missing school, staying up, way past what a kid, my 12-year-old goes to bed at 9 o'clock. She was up 2-3 in the morning, doing what she wanted. There was no structure. With Mariana, it was more like Larissa's best friend instead of being her daughter. She shared a lot of stuff with Mariana that I felt that she shouldn't have.
Overshare?
Yeah. Just stuff like that didn't make sense to me. And I told them that, I told them that if they went back and looked at all the times that the cops was called out to each one of the residents, there was a pattern. There was always domestic violence. It was always, her and Jake have gotten into it. I know at least 3 times that the cops have been there. Milton and her at least 5 times. And the one, I think his name is, it's one right after Milton. Anthony,
Anthony Cummings, I think.
He was a drug dealer over there in the project. She met him one night when he was walking through, and then the next thing I know, he was staying there. And I'm like, you have to you have to start thinking better of this. She had a janitorial job. She was working 3rd shift, and I'm like, okay, what are you doing with the kids? Oh, well, Aunt's staying there. What do you mean he's staying there? You've just met this guy 2 weeks ago, and now he's staying there with your kids. Yeah, well, I call him every hour, and the kids are sleeping anyways. I said, okay. I said, did you ever think that in this day and age, he could be a pedophile? He could, he could have just got with you for the kids. And she's like, he wouldn't do that. And I'm like, how do you know? Looking back at it now, I'm like, I've known you since kindergarten, and I would have never thought you would have did something like this. You don't know someone. And, we fought about that to the point where I wouldn't even send Nevaeh home. I refused to let Nevaeh stay there with him. And if I found out that he was there and she was going to work, I would go get Nevaeh. And
you've literally known her since kindergarten?
I've known her sister, and both of them since we went to grade school together. We lost touch in high school. We both went our separate ways. She moved out to Twinsburg, I think. And
so let me ask you a question. In that constellation of stars, Michelle, Larissa, and Anna, who is the most believable out of the 3?
You can't believe anything Anna says. She's a lost cause too.
Which one?
The Anna. She's a druggie. She's gotten a couple kids taken away.
Right.
Michelle seems to me, again, I haven't talked to them in 5 years, but Michelle seems to me, just from talking to her the other day about 2 hours, she seems to me like she has her head on straight. She wants to do what's best for the kids. She told me she's been married to the same guy that I've known her in high school was dating. So they've been together, about 18 years. From the pictures she showed me, seems like her kids do pretty good. Doesn't seem like they're, no bad causes. They're both straight A students. She had told me, one of the reasons that makes me lean more towards letting Nevaeh see her over Anna was she had told me that some of the stuff that Larissa had said about me to turn her against me was the same stuff that she was telling Jake to have Jake want to fight me when we were going through the court battle. So, and it was just, you know, she said, I knew how, when I was dating Larissa, how 1 minute she would talk about this one, 1 minute she would talk about that one. So it was like she would always keep them distance and always have a different reason why she did it. Mm-hmm. The reasons didn't make any sense to me then, but now I see it as she was just trying to keep her distance from them. But yeah, Anna has reached out to me about 3 times in the last week since all this has went down, and I refuse to take any calls from her. You know, I got some text messages from her.
Yeah, she doesn't seem real well balanced right now.
What made me about her was I went there the day they were digging for the body. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. Again, when social services called me, they don't tell you nothing over the phone. They just tell you they want to see Nevaeh and verify that she's well-being. I said, okay. As soon as I hung up, I started seeing the reports on Fox, and friends were calling me. People that know that I've known her were calling out of the woodwork. People I haven't seen in years, talked to in years. So we stopped down there, and I did have Nevaeh in the car because I didn't think none of her family was going to be there or anything like that. And as soon as I pulled up, Anna sees me, and she starts screaming, "Oh, Larissa killed him! Larissa killed him!" And I'm like, "What is going on?" And I'm trying to calm her down. So in order to calm her down to where I can understand her, what she was talking about, I said, "Listen to me. You calm down right now, and you can talk to me civilized. I have Nevaeh in the car." I said, "I will let you guys see her. I will let you talk to her, but you have to understand this is her brother, and she doesn't know everything going on yet. So if you can keep it in check to where you can talk to her, give her a hug, and you know all of that, that's fine."
I gotta grab my coffee.
No, you're fine.
Can I get you a coffee?
No, I'm fine.
Bottle of water?
I'm good.
Seriously?
I'm good.
Nothing?
Nothing. I'm good.
I hate that.
I'm good.
It's the Italian in me. I just want to give you.
My wife's Italian too, so.
Yeah, I just want to give you something.
You got some spaghetti and meatballs?
No.
Nah.
But when I make it, it's homemade. From scratch.
That's where it's at.
So I understand you. I completely understand not wanting, and I could see why the normal human being would find her overwhelming, let alone a child.
What's
She's ridiculous. She has no boundaries.
What cracks me up about it now is, you know, like I said, that day, she was all over the place. She was, Larissa killed, Larissa buried him, and then she's showing me a picture of the child that was found on like 138th or whatever. And she's like, "Look at it, this is him. And I'm like, one, this kid is bald-headed, this kid has long hair. How do you know that's him? And, you know, two, like, let the cops do what they have to do to figure it out. And then over the next 2-3 days, I'm seeing her flip-flop. She's on Facebook and she's, my sister's innocent, we're going to fight this as a family. And I'm thinking to myself, what made you flip? Do you have the OJ glove that she didn't do it? And then what really disturbed me was when we were there, she was saying, I was there when the baby was in the corner with a sock in his mouth and this and that. And I'm thinking to myself, I have 2 nieces with my sister and a niece with my brother. If I showed up at either one of their houses and I seen something that as a parent I questioned and I didn't feel comfortable leaving them there, the cops are going to come. They're either going to come and investigate what's going on, or they're going to get me for kidnapping because I'm taking my nieces and I'm out. And I'll deal with the cops when they come. And then I know an investigation will, come through. To me, she was trying to get her 15 minutes of fame. And that's what rubs me the wrong way because this is a serious matter. It's not oh my God, they just come in my house and took my kids and that's that. No, there's a problem that needs to be dealt with, and you're making it like child services dropped the ball when they can only do what they investigate. And just like I told the social worker the other day when I took Nevaeh down, when you're giving someone 2 hours, you say, hey, we're going to be there between 2 and 4. Okay, 2 and 4, 2 hours. I can clean up my house to make it look presentable. It may not be perfect, but I have kids and I can use that as a cover. To me, she's trying to stick up for her, and at this time, like, I understand it's her sister, but at the same time, you need to look at the facts. And
yeah, well.
So to me personally, Michelle seems a little more believable.
I find Michelle to be at least stable.
Yeah, Anna has a lot of problems, and I've known that over the years. I actually know the parents that she lived with. They all lived with when we were in school, Nora and Carlos. I'm still in contact with them. I still talk to them. They're like family to me. I've known them since I was kids. I've actually taken Nevaeh over there. They've met Nevaeh, something that Larissa has never did. And I never understood that because, they opened up their home to them girls when they were younger. And yet you just cut them out of your life and only want to talk to them when Larissa needed money. That was the only time she talked to them.
That's got to be painful for them.
Yeah. And I mean...
They still live in the 2nd District?
Yeah, they live right over off of 81st and the corner of Lawn, 81st and Lawn. They live in the same house that they've lived in since we were kids. But they have a home in Florida. So in the winter, they go down there.
Well, thank God.
To get away from it. And that's what like I said, we have a cousin that is mutual, and her parents stay right across from Nora and Carlos. And I'm like, do they even know what's going on? Like, and they're like, no, we don't. They don't know. They're in Florida.
Good.
And I mean, again, that's great. They don't know that, but at the same time, when they come back and they get, they see it, or they're gonna run into me. They all know I work at Target. They visit me. They've brought me, Christmas cookies. That she remembers my birthday. So it's like, how could you just push somebody away that has raised you and kept you in school? Because if it wouldn't been for them, none of those 3 would have went to school. None of them would have graduated. Thankfully Michelle made something of herself, and finished school, but I don't think Larissa finished, and we all know Anna didn't finish, but it's just slap in the face to them.
Did you know her biological mother?
I did not. My wife worked at the Walgreens when she was stabbed and killed there, but again, my wife didn't know her from Adam. And I didn't know the story about like her mom and everything until I seen it on the news. Larissa never talked about it, never mentioned. Again, I didn't know she had 14 brothers and sisters, 13. I didn't know she had all that. The only 3 I knew about was Michelle and Anna. And Jake warned me the other day. He goes, hey, when I was fighting for Tatiana, he goes, I got jumped by a couple Puerto Rican guys. And I'm like, okay. He's like, and one of them was Larissa's brother that just got out of jail. And I'm like, okay. He's like, wow, he runs with the Latin Kings. He goes, I just want you to be careful. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, well, when I went down and, fought over Nevaeh, you were threatening me. You were following me. I said, so I went and got a gun and I got a CCW. I said, so if they mess with me, they're going to pick the wrong person to mess with. I don't have a CCW, but I wanted him to, right. At this time, I don't know who to trust. I don't know who's working with Larissa, who's not working with Larissa.
Right.
And I'm not going to give them no information that I don't feel that they need to know. Again, Larissa or Michelle and them asked me to come down here yesterday, and Mariana wants to see the Nevaeh. And I'm thinking to myself, where were you guys 4 years ago when...
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a good idea.
No, well, it's not.
And I say that based on the interview I had with her. She's clearly...
She knows too much. She's seen too much. I have...
My suspicion, based on my interview with her, I believe she knows that Jordan was dead already. And the amount...
Of what she knows.
Well, the amount of emotion that she showed prior to us telling her.
It was like a relief, almost.
Yes.
See, and that's the discussion I had with my wife, because I was stuck at a crossroad with Nevaeh's principal, her teacher, and a DARE officer. The DARE officer had to run my name, make sure that I wasn't any involved, just trying to get Nevaeh and flee the town, which is fine. I have nothing to hide.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I told my wife, like, what do I tell her? Do I, this could play out so many different ways. At the beginning, I wanted to believe that she didn't do this. She just, whatever. The kid was in Texas. I wanted to believe that. But then as the little was coming out, I told my wife, I said, what if I tell her this, and in court or whatever, it's found out that it's this? I'm stuck. I just wasted all my time explaining this to Nevaeh, and now I have to explain this to Nevaeh instead. So I just kept Nevaeh in the dark. I told her that, that her brother did pass away, that we don't know what happened yet, and that because of how the baby passed away, that her mom was being questioned, and we'll go from there. And when it finds out, then then we'll go that way. But she's not a dummy. She asks questions. She's more wanting to know information about her brother than her whole mom. She doesn't ask about her mom. She doesn't ask about any of the other kids. Mariana, Angel reached out to me about 7 months ago wanting to see her, and I absolutely said no, because Nevaeh was telling me stories about him and his girlfriend having sex in front of her in the floor when they all had to share a bedroom. And I'm like, no, absolutely not. There's no way you're seeing her. And I just told him that at this time Nevaeh didn't want to see him. Nevaeh was going through a lot, and I never even mentioned it to Nevaeh, because it's one less burden that she has to worry about.
Right.
So.
So did you ever go to the house on 81st?
No. I drove by it because,
You've never been there?
Never been there. I drove by it because I like to keep tabs on her to know where she's at, because I want to know what my next move is. I like to plan ahead. Again, I wanted to go down and file for my wife to adopt her about 1.5 years ago, and I wanted her last name changed. I spoke to a lawyer, and they said, well, technically she still has rights. She'll fight you every bit of the way. And I said, okay. They said, if you go down there and you start that, she's going to want to start seeing Nevaeh again. And I'm like, to me, it's not worth it. I just explained to Nevaeh that eventually she's going to get married anyways, and she's not going to have Upton anymore anyways. So let's just stay with this for now, and then, we'll revisit it again. And she's been okay with it. There's been some times when, she'll fight me and want to know why Chloe has my last name and she doesn't. Or why can't Jen adopt her? And I just tell her, like, the piece of paper doesn't make somebody a mommy. I'm like, someone stepping up, showing interest in you, and, doing things you like and doing things for you. That's a real mother. I'm like, what you have with your mom is totally different. I said, yes, she's your mom, but she's not a mother. And it took a while. She understands it now. She calls my wife mom. They go to mommy to order stuff, and my wife does everything as a mother should. Mm-hmm. Carries her on her insurance, everything like that. So it doesn't.
So did you ever meet Jordan?
I met him once or twice. Yeah, I met him when he was real little. I met him when I met him. He was in the hospital. I picked up Nevaeh from the hospital. I think it was like right after he was born, and he had the tubes and everything in his nose.
At Metro?
Yeah. And then maybe like one other time after that, but literally like right after that is.
So the next time you meet him after.
He's probably maybe like a year and a half.
So at 1 year old, does he appear to be a healthy child?
For the most part, I mean, what I could see, he was sitting on the couch, literally. But when I would go in, Nevaeh would already be getting her coat on, her shoes, and be ready to go. So I literally, maybe 10 minutes.
But my question is, he doesn't. If you looked at him, he doesn't look like he's suffering from malnutrition at that point.
No, not from what I could see. No.
And in what year does she leave the house completely?
Let's see, she's in, it was like 2014, July of 2014.
So when he's 2.
Yeah. About July 2014, they were living on, I think it was like 91st and Denison. And I think she had just given birth to Tatiana, because Nevaeh has changed Tatiana's diaper and fed her a couple times. And I always found that weird because I'm like, you're 5 years old, 6 years old. You don't need to be doing that. You know, that's your mom's job. She's like, well, I like to help. She loves babies. Her room's full of baby dolls. But this was something totally different. And I'm like, hey, you know, let your mom do all that. And she said, like, Mariana would get them up. Mariana would feed them all, you know. And it was like Mariana was the mother and Larissa just did whatever.
Okay. Mariana would get them up.
Yeah, Mariana would do everything for them. Get them dressed, get them fed. Out of all the times that since Nevaeh's been born and I've picked her up or over, I could probably count on two hands how many times that I've actually seen Larissa cook a meal for them kids. Most of the times that they were eating bread or whatever they could grab out of the fridge. I couldn't tell you, like I said, maybe 10 times in Nevaeh's 8 years that I've seen her cook a meal. And again, when I first started taking Nevaeh, I would go over there, you know, maybe an hour at a time, you know, get Nevaeh from school, daycare and everything, and let her change her clothes and eat something. But I never, her ideal of a meal was a box of macaroni and cheese for them to split and a hot dog apiece. And I mean, you've seen Mariana. That's not going to fill Mariana up, let alone, you know, other mouths in the house to feed. I always say that if you look at, I just took Nevaeh to the doctor's on Tuesday for her yearly checkup. If you go back to when I first started getting her and now, she's 81 pounds now. She jumped in the curve about 40%. She was at 52%. She's at 92% now of their growth chart.
So when you got her, she was at the 50th.
Yeah, she was real skinny and you know, like a bag of bones. But now, you know, she's putting on weight. It's so scary because again, I remember Larissa when we were that little. She reminds me so much of what Larissa looked like when we were kids. It's no trace of me whatsoever in her. It's all of Larissa.
Do you have a picture?
Yeah.
I want to send something home to your daughter.
Okay. Let's see if I have some. Trying to see if I thought I had some older ones too, but it must be on my other phone.
So you know Nevaeh's color preference better than I do, but
Probably the purple.
these are really special dolls.
Okay.
They're called the Giving Doll,
Okay.
and you'll see it on there.
Okay.
And so they're for kids that go through crisis.
Okay. I will
These
explain
are
about that.
made from volunteers, and what I told Mariana yesterday was, she's beautiful.
And then
She looks like you. She don't look like her.
I see it the other way again.
No,
I've
she
known
looks
her.
like you.
Here's
I've seen both of you, so.
here's first day of second grade this year.
I mean, I see the Hispanic in her, but she has your round face.
Kindergarten, second grade this year. So I mean, she's totally. I thought I had some older pictures, but I just switched from an Android to and then there's all three of them together on the 4th of July.
These two favor each other a great deal, and that could only be through you.
I'm glad someone else is
And
because
the
I don't
shape
see.
of her face. So, what I told Mariana yesterday is, because she didn't know, I explained to her that I asked her if I could hold her hands like a mother would, and then I explained that Jordan's in heaven, and I said, when you want to talk to Jordan, I want you to talk. I gave her a male doll.
Okay.
I don't have another male doll.
I'll explain.
But
It's
listen, think of when you want to talk about your brother or you want to talk to your brother. That's what Sally's for.
okay. I will definitely.
And those are made by all elderly people who volunteer.
Yeah, when my youngest daughter was born, she was born in Fairview, and a lady that came around and they had hand quilted her a quilt and a hat and booties, and she said we do all this as volunteers. So we still have it, all this time later, because I thought it was pretty cool that
it is.
that someone sits and thinks of others.
A little receiving blanket and a little bag to carry her in.
Okay, I will definitely let her know.
Of course, we gave one to Milton, and he was out there shaking it by her hair until his pants came off.
I can only imagine with them kids. Like, I know the first 3 days I barely slept, barely ate, and my wife had to get on me, and I'm just like, maybe it's wrong of me, but as a parent, I feel nothing for her. Like, I don't feel no sympathy for her whatsoever. I feel for the kids. And I feel anger towards the other dads because I guess I'm old-fashioned. I look at it as, even though I'm not with her, I did what was best for my kid, and I've always been there for all three of them. I spend ample amount of time alone with each of them. I take my son we go to sporting events. I take Nevaeh to dances and plays and that stuff. I take Chloe to movies or Build-A-Bear or whatever. I try to spend ample amount of time so they all see that I'm invested in them. I'm just not a child support check. And there's some things. My son played soccer and I know nothing about soccer, but I reached out to family members that had played soccer and set up with them so they could show him moves because I wanted him to take an interest in something. I didn't want a video game in his hand all the time. I wanted him to do something. And for the most part, he's a straight A student. Nevaeh is a straight A student. And hopefully when Chloe starts school next year, she follows in their footsteps. I mean, I posted on Facebook the other day, I'm 34 years old. I made a lot of mistakes in my life. Who hasn't? But 3 things that I can honestly say that I did right and continue to do right is my kids. I didn't have a relationship with my dad. He was a druggie. He was an alcoholic till I was about 13. If it wasn't for my mom, I probably would have ended up in jail or selling drugs with my friends. But, you just take it one day at a time. But this, like I said, this is just, it's unfortunate. And like I said, I've known them since kids, and I would have never expected this to get that far. I always thought somebody would step in and see, or she give up. She used to send me messages that she only had 6 months to live, or she only had this. She's a manipulator. She does what she feels is going to benefit her. And like I told my wife, part of me, my fear is that them two are going to play each other, and you see it on TV. First one talks gets the deal, and I'm like, please don't let the wrong one get the deal. And because unfortunately the sad part about it is if she ever gets out or whatever, she's gonna have another kid. That's her way. She replaces them. When she loses one, she replaces one. That's exactly what she did with Nevaeh. That's how Tatiana came about. She has the same line, because I've talked to Jake about it. The same line is, I think we're ready to take this relationship to the next level. And then you take the condom out of the thing. And there she has you. You're stuck with her. And unfortunately, I was able to get my, able to get my head out my butt and realize it and be done with her. But these kids, they have no voice. They have to, no one stepped up to the plate for them on their father's side. And it ticks me off because you were man enough to go to bed with her. At least be man enough to take care of your kids. Trust me, I have a running joke now that I think the kids start coming out with suitcases after a while because, again, my daughter was number 4. I didn't know about the first 2 when I started dating her. I didn't know about the first 2. Angel and I don't even know the other one's name, the first one. And then I knew about Mariana, and then after that, it was just...
That one is allegedly in Puerto Rico.
And that's and when she told me, that was the story that I knew. And the funny thing about it is, my wife will tell you, I can remember people from first grade. You may have changed a little bit, but I remember. 6 months from now, if I see you in Target, I'm gonna remember you. I met Angel there the other day at the scene of the crime, and I can't place him for whatever, but he knew who I was, knew what school we went to together. I can't remember him for some odd reason. And
the father or
yeah,
the child?
I've met the kid a couple times, and if that was my kid, he'd have been in reform school somewhere because, you know, he's only, what, 17? Is already pregnant, has a kid, and doesn't do anything with his life. And I'm like, where's the guidance? Like, somebody step up and show this kid that these are not accessories that you could just put in the back seat and forget about. It's, you have to take care of.
They're forever.
Yeah.
They're like diamonds. Forever.
So now will I have to appear in any court, or?
I really don't think so. Unless no. I mean, I.
The only reason I'm asking is not, like I told my wife, if I have to, that's fine, because at least I can have a clear conscience and say, you know, I expressed how she was and, you know, whatever. But at the same time, like Anna tagged me in a post on Facebook yesterday and put my name out there and said, I need you and Nevaeh to call me. Why? You have my number. Just call me. Just text me. I don't want anyone in Madonna, because as far as Madonna knows, no one knows. You know, that's a whole different city. They don't know. I don't want the Rodriguez name to follow her to Medina, and then her friends start asking questions, or the parents at parties. I just took her to a birthday party last week. I don't want that like, oh my God, or the pity party. I don't want that.
Right.
She's better off where she is. She hasn't dealt with her in 4 years. Let's keep it that way. Like,
yeah, right. You're right. That's the wisest move.
I mean, I understand that if they want to interview me, that's fine. But at the same time, I want to leave her as much in the dark as I can for her own benefit. When she gets to be 15, 16, I'll explain it all to her. But now, I want her in the dark as much as I can, because I dealt with the nightmares when she was saying her sister touched her. I dealt with the biting of her arms, the pulling of her hair. I broke all of that, and I don't want to go down that path again. So, it's just...
You can tell her you got that doll for her.
No, that's fine. She knew I was coming down here today to talk. I told her a counselor, but...
Well, you can tell her it's from Jody.
Yeah.
And I hope that, I mean, if I ever met her, it wouldn't be in... I virtually, under no circumstances, would I ever want her anywhere near any of this.
Yeah, and that's that. Me and my wife fight about that, because... Again, Michelle's reached out wants to bring her Christmas presents, and Anna reached out and wants to bring her Christmas presents, and I'm like, where were you guys 4 years ago? But what my wife doesn't realize, I don't want my daughter to ever say that
you kept her.
I kept any of them from her, because that's never my intentions. My intentions was to get her out of that house, to make sure I could sleep at night knowing she was safe.
Yeah, I get it.
And I
totally get that. And
when me and my wife fight about it, she's like, well, they don't need to see her. They haven't seen her in 4 years. Why all of a sudden they want to see her? And what I try to explain to my wife is, Larissa's a manipulator. She told them what they wanted to hear.
Right.
She tells me what I wanted to hear, and she played us against each other. I told you, 3 years ago, me and Jake, I was going to go after him with a baseball bat. And then I sat back and I thought about it, and I'm like...
That's what she wants you to do, though.
Exactly. She wanted me to lose that, so I would have lost Nevaeh.
Right.
And she would have still had Jake. And I'm like, now, me and him are cordial. We talk to each other. Right. I reached out to him, make sure his daughter was safe. I just talked to him the other night, wished him a Merry Christmas. 3 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to do that because of her.
Right.
She had the ball in her court. So.
Yeah, well, she likes that. So, do you have any other questions for me?
No.
Okay.
I think I'm good. And again, if you need anything else from me, you can call me. Like I told the social worker, I asked them if they would be back out again, or what can I expect, and they said they didn't think so, but with the investigation going on and everything, that their boss may want them to come back out again. And I told them that's fine. You call me anytime. I don't need a 2-hour window. You can call me 5 minutes before you get there. I have food in my refrigerator. I have a roof over her head. So I was hoping for the best. I hope she would have just took a plea deal.
The woman who was accused of killing and burying her own son and a social services worker who was involved in a food stamp scam have both been sentenced to prison. Larissa Rodriguez, the mother, was given a 6-year prison sentence by Common Pleas Court Judge Nancy Margaret Russo, and Nancy Carabio, a social services worker, received a 3-year sentence for participating in the food stamp program, which Russo referred to as selfish and an insult to the taxpayers who support programs for the less fortunate. Rodriguez entered a guilty plea to charges of money laundering, grand theft, telecommunications fraud, and trafficking in food stamps. She and her boyfriend, Christopher Rodriguez, are both accused of aggravated murder in connection with the passing of Jordan Rodriguez, her 5-year-old son. Carabio entered a guilty plea to grand theft, tampering with records, and trafficking in food stamps. Both women consented to cooperate with the investigation into Jordan's death and to pay a combined $10,000 in restitution to the Department of Jobs and Family Services. In court, Carabio revealed to Russo that Rodriguez came up with the plan and that she felt brainwashed into believing she was aiding Rodriguez. "There's not a day in my life that I don't live with this pain," Carabio said as she cried. Rodriguez declined to speak. Carabio was accused of abusing her power by Russo, who claimed that she was acting on behalf of taxpayers who might be supporting their families on a tight budget. "I don't understand how you can be in that position and ever think that this was going to be okay," Russo told her. Rodriguez's actions were a slap in the face to taxpayers, according to Russo. "This money was for your children and you used it for yourself," Russo said. "I don't know that I've seen someone quite so selfish when it comes to their children." 4 of Rodriguez's children received services from Carabio, a parent educator at a business affiliated with Catholic Charities, who was assigned to Rodriguez's family. Jordan was not one of her clients, according to her defense lawyer. In a voluntary interview with authorities, Carabio admitted that she hadn't seen Jordan for a while before his body was found. But according to legal documents submitted by her attorneys this week, if she had observed any indications of abuse or neglect, she would have reported them to the police. The fraud started in 2016 and persisted until December 2017, when Jordan's body was discovered by investigators. For herself and her 5 children, Rodriguez received between $800 and $1,000 in food stamp benefits each month. Rodriguez agreed to leave between $200 and $350 on the card at the end of the month, and Carabio agreed to give Rodriguez 50 cents for each dollar still on the card. According to the prosecution, Rodriguez used the funds to visit her boyfriend while he was imprisoned in Medina County, as well as to pay for gas and her cell phone bills. Carabio was expected to visit Rodriguez's home once a month to see how the family was doing and to assess the living situation. However, after comparing text messages between Carabio and Rodriguez to the reports and subpoenaing her cell phone records, investigators discovered that, on at least 12 occasions, Carabio simply showed up at Rodriguez's house to pick up the food stamp card while filing false reports claiming to have inspected the house. According to the prosecution, investigators also discovered video of Carabio using Rodriguez's card to make grocery purchases at Sam's Club, Walmart, Giant Eagle, and other stores in Parma and Brooklyn. Prosecutors stated in court documents submitted this week that funds intended to feed children in need, including one who was found murdered and buried in Larissa Rodriguez's backyard, were instead used to feed Nancy Carabio and her family.
I brought you one just in case, because I think it's hot in here today. So, we have a couple ground rules. Before we talk. We can't talk about any of Detective Habib's case that he has with you, okay?
Okay.
If you start to go down that road, then I have to stop you.
Okay.
And then I have to advise you of your rights, because obviously you're a suspect in something completely separate from what I'm investigating.
Okay.
Okay?
I see.
My focus in this interview is the children, how the children were treated, and what you can do to help me frame a picture of what kind of people I'm dealing with in Larissa and Christopher. But I need to get some basic information from you first. I know your name is Nancy Carabio. C-A-R-A?
B-A-L-L-O.
You related to Mike?
No.
He's a friend of mine. Your date of birth is?
9/1972.
And your social? And you stay in Parma?
Yes.
What's the address?
4610 Wellington Avenue, Parma, Ohio, 44134.
And what number would I contact you at if I need to reach you?
That number, the one that you, the 773, The 216, or you go call me when I get my cell phone back. It's the 216-402-0990.
And this is, obviously, it's a taped interview.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Okay.
So just because people will see this tape, your name is Miguel Ortiz.
Miguel Ortiz.
And your date of birth, sir?
3/18/1970.
And your social? And you also reside at Wellington?
Yes.
And your telephone number? I know I called you at it, but
216-773-7947.
am I correct in assuming that the only person that has a relationship with Larissa and Christopher is you?
Well, I work from the program, yes.
Yes.
Yes, but
Not me.
You haven't personally met them?
Well, I met her
You've met her?
before, yeah,
Have you ever been to her home?
outside. We went to deliver furniture, some stuff. When we moved in to this new location, we gave her several items, lamps, microwaves. Kind of helped her out.
So you've been there?
I've been in front of the house.
Okay.
It never got out. Yeah, I did get out my car to help him unload, to help Chris, but never past the porch,
Okay.
the front steps,
Okay.
never inside.
Okay. So, and I think your relationship predates all of her children?
yeah, I worked with Mariana back in when she was a baby. Like she's what, 12 years old now. Through a different agency, I had worked when she first got pregnant. I had worked with Mariana going back, and I was her worker. And I was
What
working
agency was that?
Options for Family and Youth back then.
Options for Family Youth?
Yes.
Is that when your relationship begins, is with Mariana?
Yeah, that's when I met her.
So, but not Gilbert and not Angel?
No.
Okay. Is Options for Family Youth very similar to what you work for now, Bright Beginnings?
Yes.
Okay, so is it through Catholic Charities?
No, Options for Family if it was through a different funder back then, because it was in 1997, so I don't remember.
Okay.
It was at that time called Early Start, actually. It was Early Start back then, during that time, but it was a whole different funder back then at that time.
Okay. Is it a non-profit organization?
Yes.
Or is it through the state of Ohio?
No, it's a nonprofit agency.
So, are you familiar, for example, with like different residents that she would have lived at, like prior to West 80th? You've been to other homes?
West 80th, and I was in before she used to live in Willowdale. Before that, she lived in Willowdale, and back during that time when Mariana was little, or whatever, she also lived by Bridge, around Bridge, the Bridge area, and she lived right there by Ohio City. It was like close to West 30th around there. Can't
Okay.
remember quite well because this was like a long time ago.
Okay. Were you involved then through the births of the other children, or?
I was only involved for Mariana to be part of, to work with Mom. I was involved for Milton.
Mm-hmm.
Milton, and I also used to come out for Nevaeh, but her father did take full custody of her.
Mm-hmm.
So after he got done with that or whatever, I never was part of that no more. And then I was part of I would come out for Anthony Cummins,
Mm-hmm.
Tatiana, and Mia Rodriguez.
Okay.
I never came out for Jordan because Jordan was a special needs child, and our agency in our program didn't work with special needs kids. So from the get-go, when he was born and stuff like that, he was affiliated to early intervention, and the hospital did all that. So I never did services for Jordan.
Is he special needs by virtue of the fact that he's premature, alone?
He was preemie, and then he had a lot of other issues that was going on with him. But I'm not really sure about all the other issues. I know he had problems talking, and he was very delayed in his development, the way he was developing.
Have you been around a lot of children?
Yeah, I've been around a lot of children.
So, and I'm not a medical person. I don't know, but I didn't know, is this child, I read his reports from the Board of Education. I would guess that he fell somewhere on the autistic spectrum.
Yes.
And I think, are you familiar with Michelle Rodriguez also, or you don't know her?
I never met her, Michelle Rodriguez. I met Anna.
Okay. Because Anna lived there.
Yeah, Anna lived there, but I didn't associate with Anna like that. But I just, she was a couple of times she did live there, and if I would do a home visit, sometimes Anna would be there.
What's your off the record opinion of Anna?
Well, she has her own issues with other things. I only know from what Larissa had told me that she had issues with. I didn't know Anna to that level, but I know that she also had her own drug
does
problems.
not have custody of her children.
Yeah, does not have. She's in and out of in and out of the system too.
Right,
So.
which wouldn't surprise me given the life that they've had.
Yes.
However, it's striking to me that one of the oldest child, Michelle, seems fairly well grounded in that she's in a relationship of a long period of time with 4 children, and she also has an autistic child.
Yes, Larissa used to say that she was the one that was like the outcast, because she was like the one that had it everything together. That's what Larissa would say. She really never spoke too much of Michelle, but when she did, she said that she was the one that was had things together. Married and
for double digits, almost 2 decades, and seems to be the individual that attempted to reach out and say, listen, although this child has special needs, this is not an unworkable situation.
Yes.
So did you ever personally spend time with Jordan when you went over to the house?
No, because Jordan, well, he was getting services a long time ago. I don't, offhand, I know early intervention was coming out, but I really not sure, what they did, for a while, she was doing when she was coming out, the lady, because, he was, I never had him in my case or nothing like that. But for when she lived in Willowdale, he was little back then, and he would, he was just, would be like a regular, normal child, get around and things like that. He had his issues and stuff like that.
Like, what are his issues?
He can't talk. He can't talk. He had from what I know, he was having issues with potty training and things like that. Things like that have been really hard for him.
Did you ever get a sense that she was out of patience with him?
No. The thing is, I never really seen Jordan that much. I never really seen Jordan a lot. I'm just speaking as of West 80th. When she moved there, I think I've seen him maybe one time, and then last year, 2017, maybe early around springtime, I had asked her. Well, it was one time that I came to the visit, and I had asked her about Jordan, and she's like, "Oh, somebody's caring for Jordan." That's what she told me, that somebody was caring for him, and I kind of didn't think nothing about it because I believed her. I kind of believed what she was saying to me. And then, when I was there, I would see Tatiana, I would see the ones that were involved in the program with me, and I wouldn't think nothing of it. And, and then when there was days off that the older kids were home, it would be Mariana and Milton home. And I just never thought of nothing like that to even to think about it. I would just kind of just go about my, see the kids and then go about there, I never bothered to ask. And that was the last time I asked about Jordan.
So this is spring of 2017?
Yeah, last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any idea? Warmer, colder?
It was around, I don't remember. It had to be early spring, I would say. Early spring, close, right around there. Maybe March around there, I would say. Had to be around March, last time I ever asked about him.
Did you ever see her interact with Jordan?
No, not a lot. Not when in the past when I ever seen her, be come out to Jordan be around the other kids or whatever. I mean, he would get in trouble and he would have to go sit down and stuff like that. But me seeing her like spank Jordan or beat on him in front of me, no, never, nothing like that. But there was times that she would sit Jordan down because he was acting up or something like that, but never nothing physical at all. Or never bad talking either. I never heard nothing like that come out of her mouth. Even with the other kids, I would never hear her like cuss them kids out or nothing. Like sometimes Anthony, sometimes he had like his temper tantrums, and like she will make him go sit down. She'll be like, go sit down right now, or you're going upstairs to your room for timeout. But she would take, like there was one incident where Anthony was acting up. She took him upstairs to his room. He was crying, and she's like, I let him cry until he starts calming down, and once he calms down, I let him downstairs. That's what she told me. And I didn't think nothing of it. Just didn't think anything about it. I never seen her do anything abnormal in front of me in an actual visit when I was in the home. Never seen nothing like that. When I used to go to the visits, I was always in the one room. I never have went upstairs to the West ADF upstairs. I never had any part. Never went upstairs at all.
So when you enter the house, are you talking about the room to the right?
Yes.
What would be a living room area?
The living room area, and then the other side, you could see through or whatever. That was like the kids' toy area. Like she had that area for the kids to play with.
Okay. How long has Chris Rodriguez been in her life?
I would say about 2 years. Maybe I think it's 2016. That's when she met him. And from what I know, from what she told me, she met him on Facebook. That's how she met him. And then a couple months later, I guess. I had went to the visit, and he was staying with her. When I met him and stuff like that, he like towards the visit he would come and greet me like hi, but he would never like really interacted much in the visit. He would always go upstairs. Sometimes he will be like, how you doing or whatever, and or come downstairs for a minute if he had to ask Larissa something, but then he would go upstairs to the room. So he never was involved really in none of the visits. It was always one-on-one with Larissa and the kids that were in the program.
When I interview Larissa, she talks about someone that she refers to as her counselor.
There used to be a counselor that used to come out there. Because she used to get a counselor for her. She used to have a counselor that used to come out for herself. Mm-hmm. But then I think she stopped them services. So for mental health, there was a counselor that used to come out for mental health. She was pregnant, and I think that she stopped coming out to the home. Or she stopped working for the agency. Hold on, maybe she might have stopped working for the agency. And after that, she really she didn't want services no more because it wasn't the same worker that she had once. She had gotten pregnant, but I don't know too much. I never met her. I don't know who that was. And she had helped her with a few things. That girl had helped her out with some furniture or some baby things too. So I don't know, but I never worked with her like that, or I don't know who she was. I just know that she would come out for Larissa.
What does she refer to you as?
She knew I was Bright Beginnings, the Bright Beginnings parent educator.
Well, I know you're a parent educator, but does she in any way think you're her counselor?
No, I don't know. She never has, not that I ever knew, she never referred to me as a counselor.
Does she ever refer to you as Ma?
Yeah, she used to call me Ma, yeah. That's I think that's real common though, like it's like a Hispanic type of thing. A lot of people do that. Like they will like, hey Ma, come here, Ma. That's like a more like, that's not really, like, I don't know, I never took it in any way because I've heard that before. People say Ma or whatever.
Right. Believe me, I get it. My daughter's Hispanic, so I understand. The thing that concerns me in the situation that you may be in is that if malnutrition factors into this, I don't want you to go under the bus because of that. Mm-hmm. Because at the end of the day, I think it's her. Mm-hmm. It's her and it's him. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
My fear is for you is that people will view you as a social worker, and you're not.
No.
And if malnutrition should factor into the cause of death, then they may make a giant leap who knows what giant leap they'll make anyway.
What that means is something giant leap.
Insert their own opinion. Think that you did something here that actually you may not have. So if you saw them ever abuse these kids, that's important for us.
I never seen it. I never seen Larissa Rodriguez abuse the kids in front of me. Not at all.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that Chris abused her?
No, she said that they had gotten in an argument or something like that. They did, but she never told me that he would hit her or nothing like that. I don't know nothing about that. She said that they got in a few arguments or whatever, and he was very jealous. That's one thing I do know, that he was very jealous. She told me that he was very jealous. But for me to know that she never told me that he physically hit her or nothing like that. Never, no. And I don't know nothing
check
about
on her Facebook account and things like that? Did you mention something to me that he would check on her Facebook?
Oh yeah, he used to. Yeah, she did tell me that. She told me that he would look at her phone to check on her Facebook and things like that. But for her to tell me that he ever beat her or not, she never told me nothing like that. Not at all. You know.
And so you never saw her beaten up?
No, I never seen her.
With any marks on her?
No. And then, like the visits we had together, they were always scheduled. Like I would never go to her house unexpectedly. So all the visits, she knew when I was coming out to that home. She knew. I never at no moment came out to the house like say, okay, I'm just gonna come to her house unexpected. I never did that. She always knew when I was coming out to that home. And if it wasn't a good time, she'd be like, it's not a good time today to come out. So I don't know. I never came out unexpectedly, that's for sure. And the only reason I would come out there is, the visits or whatever. We didn't have no other, like me visiting her just to visit her. Never, nothing like that.
Well, I can't fathom that would be a house where either of you two would visit socially or want to sit in. Can you describe to me what the conditions of the home were?
When we used to come out to the visit, everything was organized. There was the stuff, everything was together, Like she didn't live, she's poor. She was very poor, needy or whatever. She didn't live like she, like nothing big, like she didn't have a lot of, some of the furniture, almost all her furniture was given to her from different resources or different sources. When I would go to the home or whatever, everything was organized. Like it was even though she didn't have much or whatever, everything was together. I never noticed a big mess in that house. I never came to the home and everything's just thrown everywhere and there's a mess and something really bad, like everywhere, like outrageous, because she always knew when I was coming out.
Well, is it clean?
It was organized. The house was organized.
But not clean?
No, it was clean. Like the sofas was together, nothing on the floor except the kids' toys if they were playing. The other room was the toy room, so when it was the toy room and stuff like that, the toys would be a little everywhere, whatever. But that was their toy room, so that's the only.
So you never observed roaches in there, or
she had problems with rats because she had told me that she had problems with rats. She didn't. When I was there, she never said nothing about the roaches. She really didn't.
Rats in the house?
She had issues with rats, rodents. Yes.
Wow.
Yes, and from what I know is the last time the housing, because that was a low housing. Somebody was supposed to be bringing like stuff out for the rats, because that's the last time I know that she had a rat problem, because she told me that she had a problem with rats, with the rodents.
May I say something?
Actually,
when we are looking at the news, all this story evolving, that we kind of heard as we're watching that the conditions of the house were terrible and this and that and the other. like she said, I don't know if it was the fact that she knew that she was coming that day and will make sure that she'll pick up. But as we're looking at the news, she's like, I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that they're saying about the conditions inside. As Nancy mentioned to me, I don't know if you will make sure that she'll clean up that day, knowing that she was coming or not, but she was kind of like not agreeing with how they were saying that the conditions of the house inside were
Well, I think
supposed to be.
you have to kind of take into account the source. One of which is Anna, who I call drama, for lack of a better way to put it.
Yes.
And the media is going to sensationalize anything, and that's my fear for you, that they're going to sensationalize this and make this something that it's not.
You didn't get all of this. What happened with her?
We're trying to avoid that.
How are you trying to avoid that?
Because we didn't tell anyone that we were coming to your house. We didn't take you into custody. We didn't charge you. And so the minute that we charge someone with something, Cleveland.com gets a hold of it downstairs. And then they know what's going on. Do you understand?
Right.
So we try to be careful about what we're doing in terms of arresting or charging people sends a red flag up the pole to the news media. Whatever happens with your case is what happens with your case. We don't want it to be any bigger for you than it is. And it's hard enough. Who is your friend Jennifer through DCFS? You have a contact at DCFS named Jennifer?
No, Jennifer works for me in my agency. Well,
she has a contact at DCFS?
DCFS?
Yeah, the Department of Children and Family Services.
I don't know who I used to have my old coworker's name was Jennifer at St. Martin de Porres. She's a parent educator, but that's the only Jennifer. Others.
Right. So on December 19th, you and Jennifer, your friend, whoever she is, have a conversation about being friends with someone at DCFS.
Oh, she had told me that you know what? Because it wasn't me. It was she does a group, and I think she knows somebody from DCFS, and I think she spoke to somebody, and they gave her some information.
Okay, so we're gonna have to reach out to Jennifer and talk with her, and the other detective will do that.
Okay.
But you see how all those roads converge.
Yes.
And so, how we're trying to help you avoid that is by not arresting you at this juncture. And me treating you as a witness to hopefully serve the greater good, which is to make sure the rest of these kids turn out okay, and to hold the two people responsible that did this. Have you had any indication that Larissa's abused by Chris, as she alleges to me? She alleges to me that she's a victim in this.
I think he never, in front of me, he never showed any, I don't know what happened there when I left, All I know, he might have been a certain way with her, but other than, physically abusive, I don't know about that. I really don't know about that. But I know that he had a lot of, I think that he had a lot of control for the things that she did, with the phone and jealousy and things like that. Things were the way that he said, But me knowing any type of abuse, I don't know nothing like that.
Weren't you also suspicious about her financial needs to help him out in his? He had gotten arrested and things like that, and he was under the impression that she was helping him out.
Yeah, she was helping him out because she would say that she was giving him money in the books.
You mean in July when he's arrested?
Yeah, back in July, yeah.
And before that, no? So another time?
I don't remember. I think July was the time that he was in jail. And then recently when he went
he gets violated again. They violate his probation. And so he goes back into jail. And that's when all of this sort of mushrooms to a head.
When I was in the visits, I don't know if it was just a poker face or just the act of showing me or whatever. I would see Larissa feeding the main kids that were in the program. There was a couple of times she would sit them on the floor, and they didn't sit on the table, of course, because they didn't have a table. But they would sit on the floor and eat. They would have their bread and their a bowl of food or something, macaroni and cheese. I think I seen them eating, and you know I did see them. That one time I remember observing that, seeing them sitting and eating their lunch. I wouldn't say I would always see that, but I did observe that, you know. And I never really observed that they were hungry, and that's one thing I never noticed. I never noticed that they were hungry. They seemed to be always clingy to Larissa, especially Anthony. He was very clingy to Larissa. It seemed like he loved her a lot, honestly. Like you'd be at the visit and he would be kissing and hugging her. He seemed like he loved her a lot, you know. Tatiana was more independent. She's one of them that would seem to do her own thing, would focus on something that she was doing. Mia, when she started walking, and as she got in the last couple of months, in the last visit, I remember she was really close to mom too. She wanted mom, but she was also starting to walk and trying to get around by herself and things like that. But Anthony was always very, very, very clingy to mom. Like he'll always be like wanting mom all the time, you know. Jordan, I never seen him, you know.
In the times that you didn't see him much over the last year?
No, I didn't see him, not at all.
So
she told me that someone was caring for him. That's what she told me.
But the year prior?
I've seen him a few times, you know. I think the prior year, like maybe before. Oh God, it's kind of hard because since I didn't work with him, it's kind of taking me back there, trying to think about this.
And it's gonna bother you.
Yeah.
I know this bothers you.
I think it was
It
he was
bothers
getting
me.
he was getting ready for school or something, and I remember her talking about that he was getting ready for school, a special school. Well, other than that, I thought honestly I thought he was in school. I didn't think nothing of it, so I really didn't ask a lot of questions towards it, you know.
Does he appear healthy and well then, or?
Yeah, he appeared healthy and well.
Does he have all his hair at that time?
Yeah, he had hair at that time.
Did you ever see him when she puts the pull-up over his head?
No, not at all.
Does he have a bond with his mother?
I never seen that. Like I never seen him close to Larissa like that, like holding or something like that, or clingy.
Who does he have a bond to?
I don't know. I'm not really sure. You know, I really don't know. And you know, I'm not sure. And I know Mariana was the oldest. She helped out a lot, and you know, helped mom a lot. She was, you know, she seemed like she loved her mom a lot, and Milton too. Milton, you know, that's the other brother. You know, like Jordan, I've really, like I said, I never seen him much. So besides maybe last year, 2016, that was probably the last time I could remember maybe seeing him and glancing at him or whatever. Other than that, I didn't see him.
Did you ever know Jake?
Yeah, I met Jake before.
He's
Tatiana's
father?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Does it appear to you that Jordan has a bond with Jake?
Yeah, because that's during that they were together for a little bit, but I never seen them interacting like that. You know, I really don't know because I really didn't see a lot of, you know, when I would go to the visit, I didn't see Jake interacting with Jordan. I mean, if that was something that was happening, it was probably when I was gone, you know, during the day-to-day.
Well,
you know, but he was around when Jordan was you know, around, you know, Jordan,
right.
and he lived with Larissa. You know, they were together as a couple. You know.
And from what I've learned, Jake did have a relationship with Jordan. So Jordan doesn't have a problem with an inability to attach to another human being.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. But the individual who gave birth to him doesn't have an attachment to him.
I remember.
Which she admitted to me. I'm
Okay.
sorry to cut you off.
Back in when she lived in Dennis, off. Oh God, what is it? West 97th, is it? When she lived there with Jake? Was it
Yeah.
West 97? Around it was when she lived with Jake or whatever. Jake at the time, her and Jake were living upstairs, and that I know for a while, for a while there, DCFS was involved. There was a lady coming out to the home there, and I don't know if it had if it was something with at the time when it had to do with Nevaeh,
And Christopher Upton, do you know him?
No. Oh, wait a minute. I met him once, but I don't know him like that. I met him a long time ago. Just introduction, but I don't know him like that.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense to me, a piece of the puzzle that you're putting together there. But, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No,
DCFS was involved?
Yeah, during that time, I remember DCFS, they came and they were involved, and I guess there's some accusations that were made with Nevaeh or whatever, and I guess the court decided to go to the from what Larissa was telling me, that the court gave custody to Chris.
That's accurate. And the accusations involve Mariana and Nevaeh.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, do you know, or did you ever observe Mariana being the one that was told to discipline those children?
No, not at all. No. Not at all. I never have noticed. Actually, would ask her to do things like, can you go get this or do that, or get that away from your brother or something like that. But I never, never seen that.
I'm really concerned for her. I don't know how you resurrect that.
Cause when
she's learned a lot of inappropriate things.
When I used to go out, like even now when I would come out to the home or whatever, she was in school most of the time, so I never really see her or Milton much unless they were off.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever them days that they happened to be off or they missed school or something like that, I wouldn't she would be quiet. She was always quiet, that's for sure. Mm-hmm. Always quiet. She really didn't even talk to me. She didn't interact much with me.
Okay.
So always very quiet.
Give me 1 second. Let me check on something, and then I'll get you out of here.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
I do. You said that Jennifer's going to be interviewing her coworker?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think that she knows about the situation with the other detective and that Nancy's involved.
And I don't think that the individual who's going to do that interview is going to explain it very clearly to her.
She lost her job already the day that the detective went to her house. We went to her job and she told her boss everything about what's going on. Lost her job. But even when she was let go, usually they send an email and to alert the rest of the employees there or whatever. They didn't a positive note, not disclosing what happened as far as food stamps or whatever.
And I don't think that I don't know what Habib is going to reveal during his interview, but I think that he's discerning. He's a smart guy. Nobody wants to see you go under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
Did the kids look malnutrition?
No, they don't. But based on the investigation and based on the fact that this child, the investigation leads me to believe that he was deprived of food. That he was kept isolated because he is special needs, and for lack of a better way to phrase it, he's a bit of a pain in her ass, and she doesn't have the patience for him. So it's been, there have been a number of people in here that have made statements that have indicated that He endured some very heavy-handed discipline.
I never witnessed, you know, like I said, he was never there. So that's why I'm to be thinking to myself, I'm like, well, Jordan was never, when I did the visits, Jordan was never present to my presence. Like, I never would see him.
Because he was kept upstairs in a room or in the closet.
That's what I was telling Nancy, that maybe woman, that it was being hidden while she did her visit.
And that's not uncommon. In my career, I've had one other scenario in which a child was kept from people, from either social workers or the county, or and they did it just because they were no people. You know, it didn't matter who it was that told this particular individual that she had to comply with A, B, and C. Her response was always going to be this. And I'm not talking about Larissa, I'm talking about another case that I handled. And that particular child was kept out of the public eye, and he had a brother that was 366 days younger than he was, and they passed that child off as him. So I know this is going to bother you. If it doesn't bother you, there's something wrong with you.
I mean, I've cried. I said, I should, you know, that like I've said to myself, why didn't I ask more questions? That I'm always, I you know, I believed her. You know, I would always believe everything she would say. You know, I didn't think nothing. She would sit there and just be like a normal mom, like, you know, well, yeah, Tatiana's doing this, Anthony's getting ready to be potty trained. I mean, I didn't, the way she interacted with the kids, I just didn't think nothing of it, you know.
But and when you get past this is a bump in your road, Nancy. This doesn't define who you are. When you get past this and you look in your rearview mirror, you'll realize that she's probably should be clinically diagnosed as a sociopath. She's that good at what she does. She's good at making people think that she's whatever she needs to be to get whatever she wants. With you, we all know what she wanted. With me, she wants to deflect all of her responsibility and say, he did it all. And I'm a victim too. I never put the sock in Jordan's mouth after he got the shit beaten out of him to make him shut up. I never did that to him. In fact, I had a sock in my own mouth when I tried to scream for help. But the investigation doesn't bear that out. So,
you guys can tell more or less dates how long it was buried?
It's not like TV.
No, it's different.
It's very different.
So it's
we don't never have.
Well, I mean, we have a time frame, but part of that time frame is contingent upon people and memories, and some of that's give or take a little. And then some of the people that you get the information from, they don't really have much inspiration to tell the
Sorry,
truth.
I need 1 minute.
I'm sorry. It never ends around here. So, what were we talking about? Were you asking me a question?
Oh, the time frame of the body and that.
So, some of this information you can't repeat when you leave here.
Oh.
To anyone. Jordan was horribly abused with rib fractures, wrist fractures, all in different stages of healing. And we know that based upon calcification on the bones. So then the question becomes, what is his cause of death? We don't know that. Her assertion is that he died as a result of a birth defect, or he died naturally, which doesn't seem very logical to me. But a lot of this stuff we have to prove one way or the other to be able to charge them appropriately. So she's charged under murder B, which means she had some responsibility to get him health care, and she didn't do that. And that kind of stinks, because that other case I talked to you about, I went the same route with that case, and that kid had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, which is 93% curable in all children. My own nephew that grew up in Bayamon had it.
Oh.
Yeah. And he's fine today. He's fine. And I'm quite sure that that child would have been fine too. The parents only got 8 years for that. So, there's no doubt in my mind this kid was abused. We just don't know to what degree. And if malnutrition factored into it, and you have this other thing looming out there, people will jump to the conclusion that you were actually taking food out of his mouth, and that's not fair. That's why we don't want to arrest you. We don't want to run the flag up the flagpole.
So what are the chances of her being charged?
I don't know. At some point you'll have to be charged with something. I don't know what, but it ain't the end of the world.
But that can bring about all those things that you're trying.
Well, that's what we're trying to avoid. That's what we're trying to avoid. Because I don't think you did anything maliciously.
But she felt, man. She allowed her emotions to get, not saying that it was beneficial, but this is going to be disconnected. This other thing's going to be disconnected. Needs microwave went bad. Take microwave over there.
Yeah, I mean, let's not even go down that road. It was a mistake. It's separate from this, in my mind. Is that fair?
Just never seen, like I said, I would believe her when she told me that someone was caring for Jordan. I would go there. I never seen Jordan. The kids were the ones that were in the program for bright beginnings. All three of them, they would always be present. They would be present. I mean, Jordan was never. I mean, so I never really asked about Jordan, except the one time, and she said somebody was caring for Jordan, and I left it like that. I never went upstairs. We don't have that that ability to go upstairs in our houses because we're not DCFS. Everything would always be downstairs, right in the couch, in her couch.
She knows exactly what she has to do and what she has to be to get out of you what she wants. And anything she got from you didn't ever go to those kids. I can guarantee you that.
She claimed to be was utilities a lot of times, being disconnected and this and that, supposedly.
Well, she purported to me that she always worked. I didn't need the money when I said, listen, You didn't get him medical care because that would have taken the lid off the box. And then everybody would have known that he was being mistreated for at least the last 24 months of his life. He was a paycheck to you. He was $740 a month. And then she offered to punch me in the nose, which I believe her. She probably would have.
She always used to make it. I used to feel sorry for her, because when I used to look at her, I used to see just somebody just struggling so hard. That's what just trying to, in poverty, trying to make it.
Right.
And take care of her kids. That's what I used to see. That's what I seen.
I mean, at what point are you creating your own poverty, though? I'm not judging her.
She's pregnant now.
I know.
That's
creating your own poverty.
When she told me about that this last time, before everything broke, how irresponsible.
Exactly.
I mean,
so
you're trying to keep yourself or continue to go back, not protecting yourself, till you get pregnant.
I could only feel so sorry for you.
Yeah, when she told me, even before all this came about, that Larissa was pregnant again, I'm like, I felt like everything that, including everything that we had taken over there to kind of help her, I'm like, oh man, she doesn't, you know what I mean? It's like, does anybody help?
That's one of the number one things they say about a sociopath. Beware the person that can make you feel sorry for them. She's living in parasitic relationships off the backs of her children. She could work. She could work. She chooses not to. She could not get pregnant again. She chooses not to, right?
Yeah. It seemed like protection was not a big thing, and getting her tubes tied was not a big priority for her. It didn't seem like that, because she was like, oh, I'm thinking about doing it. Never would do it.
Sign there for me. And the final thing for her at the end of it is, I'm the victim here. I'm the victim. She's not the victim. She's not the victim. She created this scenario in which this happened, and she was part and parcel to it. I don't know who killed this child, but I know two people that are responsible for it. And I know one little girl that feels responsible for it, and she's not. She's a little girl.
Oh my God. Have you guys had questioned the kids too?
Yes.
Oh God.
Yes, and
Oh,
and
God.
and I know that little girl is not surprised to hear that her brother's dead. She knew he was dead. I know she knew he was. I should say, my gut tells me she knew he was dead. She didn't ask me how he died, and she didn't ask me where I found him.
Wow. She saw.
What would that tell you?
She knew.
And she feels responsible because I believe that she was made to discipline them in a similar manner. So,
She was, like I said, she was always, anytime that she was there, she was always quiet. She didn't really never speak or nothing like that. I would be like, hi, Mariana. She'll just say hi and never speak. You know, she never talked or nothing.
You got a heck of a job, man.
I can't wait to retire.
Oh my gosh. You need to reset it to delete,
Yeah.
delete.
Yeah, I need the
type of
Men in Black light in my eyes
Because the type
to
of
forget it
things
all.
that you hear, see, and tough stuff.
So, that's for you.
Okay.
When you leave here, I wouldn't tell anyone anything that we talked about. No one. Talk about it with each other, support each other, but remember that anyone you talk to could and may or may not. I mean, when this goes to trial, who knows who would sell whatever for whatever. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And anything that you say could be taken out of context or used against you, and then there's just no reason for it.
Like I said, she hasn't even disclosed anything that happened with Happy, only with her boss, and they haven't even disclosed it with anybody else. So we haven't talked to.
That's because she had a because the all the files got subpoenaed and stuff like that, and so you know she had to know about other information. I've been open with her, you know, and like with the last time or whatever, I told her the truth about the other situation, and I lost my job. So you know I try to be as open and honest as I possibly can.
And believe me, when Jennifer gets interviewed, she'll get the same speech. Don't leave here and talk to anyone about anything that we've discussed, because it will mushroom into something that will eclipse what's really taken place here. And what's really taken place here is the murder of a little boy who didn't ask to be here.
Because she's doing this group thing. It's something for the stuff that she's going through. It's like a domestic. I'm not sure if it's domestic. It might be a domestic violence for the stuff that she's going through. I don't know. Personally, because she's dealt with a lot in the last 2 years or whatever. But I guess she had said that one of the girls in the group, she works for DCFS, and she was a social worker.
Right.
And that's how that came to be. And now, now I'm kind of scared. I'm thinking like, well, is Jennifer like talking to other people about this? Because that's not a good thing, like I'm wondering, but I didn't think nothing of it,
Well, Habib will most likely speak with her. And I've known Phil Habib for 26 years. We like to joke with each other that we're the longest relationship of each other's lives.
Really?
Because we started out together in county jail. But I don't know anybody that ever left a conversation with Phil Habib that didn't take him seriously. If he said, listen, if you go out of here and talk about this, it's going to be bad for you. I promise you it'll be bad for you.
So he'll probably disclose about the food stamp with her as part of it.
I don't know if he does. Jennifer won't leave that meeting thinking that it's okay to talk about it.
Yeah, she like I said, like she don't know about that. Like the people that know are my old boss and the director, of course, and they had to send that out to the funders, and they're the main people that are co-workers at the agency or nothing like that. They don't have no idea,
Well, some of it we can help you avoid, some of it we can't. I feel pretty strongly that if we go to trial, I'd be sitting at the table while you testified, and we'll get through it together.
What type of things you say you'll be able to help her avoid?
I can help you avoid some of people talking by not arresting you, by not making your life any worse. The rest of it, if you're called to testify in Larissa's trial, if there should be one, we just got to go through it together. Because, well, they're saying you're A, B, and C. Believe me, when I get on the stand, they're going to say I'm A, B, and C. So we're going to go through it together. It won't be the first time I've been through it. It might be your first time, but it'll be okay. This is a bump in your road. You'll look back upon this and think, it wasn't a lot of fun, but I'm okay. And I'm a better person for it. I don't really think you did anything to be malicious. I think you were manipulated by her.
Is she going to trial? Do you guys know?
I don't know yet.
Right now it's hard to...
It's much too soon for me to say, but my guess would be, if I had to guess, that the prosecutor's office will try to give her the worst charges they can give her. And she may not have much inspiration to not go to trial.
So what's the difference if she was to say, oh, I want to go to trial? I mean, if she already knows that she's facing all these different, what's the difference? Like, you know.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Like, you know, like if she, I don't know, like you're saying like she's already being charged and, you know, like being charged and stuff.
She's charged under murder B, which is 15 years to life.
Why would she want to go to trial? Like what would want to make her go to trial?
She may think that we can't prove the case.
Oh, I see.
So she may want to roll the dice. She may think, I don't deserve 15 years. She may become defiant and decide, well, you're going to have to prove your case.
Okay.
Is he denying too, or he's not being cooperative?
He hasn't talked.
Really? How come he hasn't been charged?
Because there's only 24 hours in a day, because I'm still getting cases on top of it, because we don't have a cause of death, and because he's already in jail, there's no need to rush to do it.
Okay.
I have a little bit of time,
Yeah.
but there's not much doubt in my mind that he will be charged in a similar manner.
And they're still trying to investigate the cause of death. Nothing has come back. What's the cause of death?
So,
besides what you were saying.
Yeah, it gets really tricky once a body is mistreated in the manner he was mistreated.
I wonder what made him call and tell his brother something like that.
Guilt.
That's a confession there, no? Well, to some.
It's a confession to abuse of a corpse. But he's not saying,
I did it.
I did this. I did A, B, and C, or she did A, B, and C. They're both saying this kid died of natural causes, and we just buried him because we didn't want the DCFS in our business, which isn't logical. If he died of natural causes,
You call somebody.
I'm not afraid.
Yeah, yeah.
If the truth is the truth, you have nothing to fear.
True.
But if you abused a child and he's got a bunch of broken bones, or you starved him, then you might have something to hide.
Yeah. Makes sense to bury and not call anybody, I guess. That's pretty wild, man. Human beings. I know the case the other day with the 13 siblings. I'm trying to understand shit like that. I'm like, in California, what the hell? A mother took two kids in the oven. I don't if you heard about that from several months ago. How can you hear you? You know they're gonna scream from the heat inside the oven. You gotta be.
I spent 10 years in sex crimes and child abuse.
Wow. Sure, you've seen some stuff.
But we'll get through it. Don't get all down in the mouth. Keep a positive attitude. If you need something, call me. If something's going to come out, if I can forewarn you, I will.
If something was to, any charges, when do you think that'll happen?
I don't know.
Months?
Could be months. If I arrest you, I have 180 days to put up or shut up. If you remain in jail, I have 90 days to put up and shut up. If I don't arrest you, which you weren't arrested, I have 270 days to take care of business. So you're down to about 263. But the good thing about whatever charges there are, let's get it over with. It can be therapeutic.
Does that mean I'm gonna go to jail?
I hope not. I don't think you need to go to jail.
She's been doing the job that she loves. She's been doing it for. She can never get back into that field. The only thing that she knows is been doing it for how long now?
Since '97. I've been doing this for a long time. This is the first time something. I never had a case not like this. First time. You know.
You did that for a long time. You have a lot of knowledge. If they won't let you do that, you'll go do something else.
Try.
Sometimes it's hard. I'm like so angry at myself with all of this. I'm just like, you know, very mad at myself.
I can tell you're angry. Your expression hasn't changed not one time since we sat here. Don't be too hard on yourself. At the end of the day, you can always volunteer for something. I'm going to be a baby holder when I retire.
A social services worker who admitted to running a food stamp fraud and fabricating records of her visits to the residence where Jordan Rodriguez, 5, would later be discovered dead in the backyard was given early release by a Cuyahoga County judge. Common Pleas Court Judge Nancy Margaret Russo decided to release Nancy Carabio from prison after she had served less than 8 months of a 3-year sentence. Prior to the hearing on Tuesday, Carabio, who pleaded guilty in March to trafficking in food stamps, grand theft, and tampering with records, claimed in court documents that she was qualified for early release under Ohio law and had successfully completed a number of counseling programs while serving time at the women's prison in Marysville. She is not the same woman that she was when she entered prison, the filing said. She wants to prove to this honorable court and society that she can be a law-abiding citizen. The Office of Cuyahoga County Prosecutor Michael O'Malley opposed releasing Carabio. In court documents opposing Carabio's release, Assistant Cuyahoga County Prosecutor Matthew Meyer claimed that Carabio could have prevented a child's death if she actually conducted thorough home visits and carefully observed the conditions in the Rodriguez home. Jordan's family was assigned to Carabio, a parent educator working for a Catholic Charities-affiliated organization. Larissa Rodriguez was Jordan's aunt and had a large family. In December 2017, Jordan's body was found buried in the family's backyard after police in Pakistan received a call claiming Christopher Rodriguez, Larissa Rodriguez's boyfriend, had admitted to burying the child. The home was in terrible shape when investigators arrived in response to the call, and it didn't take them long to discover that Carabio, a required reporter of child abuse and neglect, had been purchasing Larissa Rodriguez's food stamps at a discount and fabricating her reports of her visits. The fraud started in 2016 and persisted until December 2017, when Jordan's body was discovered by investigators. Carabio was expected to visit Rodriguez's home once a month to see how the family was doing and to assess the living situation. However, after comparing text messages between Carabio and Rodriguez to the reports and subpoenaing her cell phone records, investigators discovered that, on at least 12 occasions, Carabio simply showed up at Rodriguez's house to pick up the food stamp card while filing false reports claiming to have inspected the house. According to the prosecution, investigators also discovered video of Carabio using Rodriguez's card to make grocery purchases at Sam's Club, Walmart, Giant Eagle, and other stores in Parma and Brooklyn. At her April sentencing, Carabio admitted to Russo that Rodriguez was the scheme's creator and that she felt duped into believing she was aiding Rodriguez. Carabio sobbed and said, "There isn't a day in my life that I don't live with this pain." Carabio was accused of abusing her power by Russo, who claimed that she was acting on behalf of taxpayers who might be supporting their families on a tight budget. Russo said to her, "I don't know how you could be in that position and ever think that this was going to be okay."
Do you want to support Crime Champs? The links are in the description. Your donations go toward interrogations, police interviews, and everything true crime related. Thank you. Your support is highly appreciated.
This man moved in that house and was getting her to raise pigs, like baby pigs. They was training them dogs to be evil. I mean, they would literally bite at our ankles every time we walk in the house. Just training them to be evil. You have 9 kids. I'm disgusted, Larissa, and I can't believe you honestly did this. Out of all of your siblings, you have the most kids. The most kids. And lovable kids. And adorable kids. Good kids. And you just do something like this. Why don't you be woman enough, Larissa? Even if Jordan is not in this house or in this yard. Tell us where the fuck he is. And you can stop lying already, because we know that is a baby off the internet, man. And he has no family.
And I would gladly take all your 9 kids. Larissa, where is he? I can't.
I could care less about her. For real. That's all I want to know. I want to know where Jordan's at. Because for months, I've been having a gut suspicion. For months. Since I left here, I've been having a gut suspicion. But since I left here, it's been a whole year went along. A whole year and a half went along. Okay? And I just got a note from Karen about 3 months ago, right? It started 3 months ago with Karen. 3 months ago that my nephew was halfway dead in the closet. If CPC came to this house, why haven't they seen every single child? Spoke to every single child. My sister went through a lot. She witnessed my mom being murdered by the guy that claimed he loved her. I'm sure you guys took that story too. Emma Rojas, stabbed 16 times on top by Marcelo's. That hit her hard. She does counseling. She did a lot of stuff. That's when they labeled her as schizophrenia. I do know what I saw. That's all I can say, is I do know what I saw. And I do see violent tendencies in her. But I also know what I saw with this man here too. So she's not alone. And I just want to make that clear, because she's not alone. When she let that man put a sack in my nephew's mouth, that showed me something right there. She's not alone. They're both at fault. I am the sister, sadly to say, of Larissa Rodriguez, and the aunt of all 9 of my babies. They haven't been on Facebook for a very long time, neither one of them. since I moved out and she blocked me, they haven't been on Facebook since Mariana has. And that's who you guys need to go and talk to. If the Children and Family Services let you guys go and speak. We need Angel Alvarez. Angel Alvarez. My nephew, please speak up. Please, you were here with your mom recently. Please speak up, Angel, please. I know you know something about your brother, please. The boy can eat, but it don't look like he eats, you know, he's just real little. He's precious, man. You can't miss him if you find, I mean, anybody knows something. Please speak up on this behalf. Whether you're across the street at these projects, please speak up.
Angel is 19.
19, and then it goes Gilbert. He should be what, Michelle, 12? 13?
Gilbert is the same age as Jesse, 13.
13, and then there's Angel, Gilbert, Mariana, which she is 12, 11, 12.
Mariana is 12.
12, and then all from there is babies. There's, I want to say a 7-year-old.
No, there's 5 boys.
6 years old, 5 years old, just going on. I mean, I want people to know that if they know anything, to please just come forward. I mean, I think me and my sister could pretty much handle the rest as far as with the Children and Family Services and stuff, because Cora Monday will be involved. The system has failed, and not only has they failed my nieces and nephew, and the Cora Monday will be involved just like Cora Monday was involved for my mother. And they're gonna be something's gonna be done, because this we've all called. She's had open several cases. They come, they lie, and they shut the shit down. They tell the kids to lie and they shut the shit down. Like, come on, these kids are really being mistreated at home.
I wanted Mariana. When everything was happening, when she was in the system, I wanted Mariana, and they told me no, because her life situation was perfect. She would spend every weekend with me.
Two visibly upset aunts of the missing 5-year-old arrive hours into the search and claim that everything could have been avoided months earlier. Larissa, I abhor you and I can't believe you did this sincerely. You have the most children out of all your siblings, and they are the most lovable, adorable, and decent children, yet you continue to act in this way, Ana Rodriguez said. Why don't you be woman enough, Larissa, and tell us where the fuck Jordan is, even if he isn't in this house or this yard? Larissa Maria Rodriguez's 34-year-old home was searched by Cleveland police on Monday, December 18th, but they came back on Tuesday. They are taking action in response to information that Larissa's 5-year-old son is interred in the yard of 1361 West 80th Street. According to Ana and Michelle Rodriguez, they contacted Cuyahoga County Children and Family Services and the police about their nephew months ago. They alleged that no one would assist them while the young boy was being abused. The aunts also claimed that the child had special needs, was mute, and was routinely beaten by the mother's boyfriend, Christopher Rodriguez. Currently, he is detained in the Medina County Jail. Ana Rodriguez continued, what was happening in that house wasn't right. He would simply beat them up without cause. He would just beat them if they did anything wrong. Michelle Rodriguez said, it's sad to say that I am the sister, but we have different lifestyles and I just want my nieces and nephews. I also contacted Child Services in September, but they took absolutely no action. I informed them that after calling the police, the officers said they couldn't do anything without a report. Here's the police interview.
Are you familiar with this individual?
I've seen him once.
Okay. Do you know his name?
Huh? Yeah, Christopher Rodriguez.
Okay. Did you know that he was residing with your sister?
I went over there and I went to go give a bag of clothes and shoes for my nieces and nephew.
Okay, let's back up.
Huh.
I'm sorry.
Well, that's how I seen him that one time.
Okay. So your name is Michelle?
Michelle Rodriguez.
1 L or 2?
2 L's.
And you and Larissa
are sisters.
From the same mother?
Same mother, different fathers.
Okay. So
she's full Cuban.
Okay.
Her dad's Cuban.
Okay. Your mother was a victim of a homicide?
Yes. Emma Rojas.
Okay. Did you all grow up together in the same house?
In the beginning, we did. Then we got shifted through the system, different homes, but we ended up getting adopted together.
Okay. So what is your date of birth?
12/22/81.
Happy almost birthday, sort of.
Not ready. No. That's not what I wanted for a birthday.
I get it. What's your social security number?
I feel like I give that out all day today.
I'm sorry. What's your telephone number?
216-358-3990.
And this is your sister?
Yes.
Okay. She tells me that she's had no contact with you in over a year.
A year. You're correct.
Okay. Why is that?
Because, going back to what I was telling you, I went to drop off clothes and shoes, and the guy answered the door, and I was like, look, I never met him, and don't even know who he was at the time. I was like,
this male?
Yeah, that same guy, yes.
Okay.
But back then, it was black. It wasn't white.
Okay.
I was like, look, I'm her sister. I want to see my nieces and nephew. I have some things to give them. Oh, no, you can't come in. I was like, where's my sister? Oh, she's sleeping. So I left it alone like that. I went and I got on her Facebook because at the time we were friends, and I found his picture. I found him. I have connections through my husband's job, and I said, run his name. I want to know who he is.
What does your husband do?
He used to be Homeland Security. My adopted sister, they're all FBI and polices. And for Berea, he used to work for Judge Comstock in Berea. With that being said, one of the police officers, I don't even know his name, so don't ask. He ran it and said he is wanted for murder in Miami, Florida. He has a couple wanted for murder and drugs in Miami. So what happened is my sister met him on Facebook. That same couple, they were talking a little bit. He ended up coming from Miami to here. And that same first day he was here, he ended up at my sister's house. I called her. I was like, look, I don't want that man in the house. He's bad news. He's not good for the kids. He has no business with you. You don't even know him. He shouldn't be there. So, again, I got disowned. Every time I give her something, news or motherly figure, I always get disowned by her. So, I haven't talked to her since.
Okay. Where do you stay?
I'm 18613 Flamingo Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio 44135. The last street in Cleveland.
Very familiar with it.
Right by Grayton Road.
Yeah, I used to live on Woodbury.
Oh, okay. It's a nice area.
So, I wonder if he's still wanted for murder in Florida.
He's wanted. Trust me. I kind of did a little deeper research, and I found his brother, Scott. Looked him up through Facebook, and I was reading. He's actually not Puerto Rican. He's Mexican. His whole family's Mexican. And they actually come from Mexico. I don't even know if he has a green card to be here.
Well, that's interesting.
He's not Puerto Rican. He's Mexican. And my sister has my phone. I can show you his whole family. I found everything out on Facebook.
Okay. I have an analyst here that I can have look into that.
I just...
Through what, you found him through Scott Rodriguez?
Yeah. Well, if you go on his Facebook...
his?
Yeah, if you go to his Facebook...
Is it under his name?
Under his name. It's Christopher Rodriguez. And people are commenting and stating, oh, I'm sorry, bro, how... They put all the blame on her. And said, oh, you got with the crazy girl. And I was like, oh my God, I couldn't even read it anymore. Because she didn't go crazy until she met him. Because we were in talking terms. I used to have the kids maybe once or twice out of the weekend in a month. They all used to come to my house. I have 4 kids myself. I always have kids at my house. And her kids were always there. And it's sad.
So, in terms of Jordan.
Premature, yeah.
What else? in your opinion? Because she acts like she's never heard the word autistic before. Is it possible he was slightly autistic or on the spectrum?
Yes, and I'm going to get to that. I got her, it's Help Me Grow. It's, I don't know if you're familiar with Help Me Grow.
Mm-hmm.
The workers Help Me Grow. They were trying to get him occupational therapy. They tried to get him speech. I don't know what happened. It stopped. I helped her do it. He used to come to my house, and I used to lay a blanket, and I would put toys all, around the blanket, and I would put the music on for them, and I would make him go get it.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, come on, Jordan, come back to me. He started crawling because of me. And because every time she gave birth, I had all the kids. Her kids were never separated. The last time was when the new baby, because I wasn't in the picture. But I had all the kids. I had this big old air mattress, and I laid it out and moved furniture, and they all slept right there in the living room. My kids were not with them. I made sure my husband did not go down because I know they have a history of touching and, accusations. Mariana, a few times, said she was touched, even before that man came in the picture.
Okay.
So I always kept my eyes on them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I literally slept on the floor where they were on the air mattress just so I can watch them. Because I did. Some of them sleepwalk. Some of them talk in their sleep. It's kind of battling, but I did it. I did it for 4 days. He was very autistic. He's physically 5, and I can honestly tell you his motion, moveness was literally of a 2-year-old, 1.5, 2 years old. He was not potty trained. He was still in a diaper. Sometimes she would leave him without a diaper, but she told me she was trying to potty train him. He was really, really delayed.
Did you ever know her to withhold food?
No. I never seen that part.
Did you ever see Jordan pull his own hair out?
He used to. Yes, he would pull and bang his head. Every time I went over, she would always hurry up and put him in the crib. And he used to, jump up and down. The back of the crib was like this. He used to do that. The gate, she had like a gate so the kids wouldn't come. And he would always go like this. Yeah, I've seen him go like this because he used to stay at my house, and he would just hit the floor, and I would pick up, put him on my lap, and I would start talking to him. Come on, Jordan, let's do this, let's do that. I start putting toys in his face. I have a son myself that's borderline autism, and I seen it.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, look, the same symptoms my son has, your son has it 10 times worse. But with me, I don't treat my son different. He's actually grown out of his autism, where Jordan was getting worse and worse and worse because he was not getting the help. Because I told her, look, help me grow. My son started school at 3 years old. He didn't talk. My son did not speak at 3. He would bang, scream. He did all of it. I said, look, they helped me sign language. They taught me sign language, and I do it with my kid. My kid sign language before he talked. So when he went to preschool, him and the teacher were back and forth. They do it so fast, I couldn't keep up, but I kind of, knew. And I wanted the same thing for Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
But again, she shut me out.
In your opinion, did she mistreat Jordan?
Yes, he was the outcast. Everyone was doing something, and he was always in a room by himself, in a diaper, or he was, to put on a show, she always put him in the crib when I came over. But I would notice she would hurry up and pick him up, Yeah, he was the outcast in the family. Like, she did treat him different, yes. Mm-hmm.
Is your sister physically violent?
Physically, I would have never seen her hit her kids, but she would have a temper. I can say she had a temper because she lashes out at me all the time when I try to tell her something right or try to, give her advice. She would lash out at me, and the last time she blocked me from everything, and she blocked me from Mariana.
Did you know her to be physical with that young man out there, or is he covering that up?
I've seen marks. No, I've seen marks. I asked him, oh my God, it looked like you were in a wrestling match, because I knew he wrestled. So it was a joke, and then Larissa and him says, oh no, the cat attacked me while I was on the bed. I mean, like literally, it was scratches. So the story was, it was the cat scratched him. Jake, I knew Jake, but we were not allowed to have a one-on-one conversation. She would accuse me of doing something with him, and that's not true. I never slept with none of her men. But that was in her mindset, that I was out there to get her, and I was never out there to get her. When she needed money, I gave her money. When the kids needed clothes, school supplies, food. There would be times she didn't have food. She was pregnant with Tatiana, and I made a big bowl of homemade soup, and I brought it over. Guess what? 10 minutes later, she was giving birth to the baby. And I was leaving, and she says, you can't go nowhere. We're calling the ambulance. I'm having the baby. That was Jake's baby, Tatiana, at the time. I gathered, they didn't even have clothes like in a certain spot. Like everything was everywhere. Like it was a disaster. I couldn't find anything. So I said, screw it. I picked up the babies and I grabbed their coats, put them in my car, and I gave them my kids' clothes. And they were wearing my kids' clothes for the whole 4 days.
Does she normally keep her house with no bed sheets?
I could say yes, because I gave her tons of furniture. I gave her bunk beds, I gave her mattresses, I gave her couches, I gave her dining room sets, and I always seen the mattresses on the floor. The mattress
with no bed sheets?
No bed sheets. There'd be stains on the mattresses. It would be bad. Yes, I've seen that. Yes.
Can you think of any reason why Jordan would pull at the hair on his head until he had wounded himself?
I want to say kids like that.
Is it part of autism?
Because they're frustrated and they can't express themselves.
Okay.
They can't use their words. Many times Jordan would, he would do that. And I would say, no, come on. And then that's when I started putting things. And then he would grab. And then that's how I calmed him down at my house. It was, you have to have interaction with the kid. And there was no interactions.
So she basically ignored him?
Yes. I want to say yes. Trust me, I want to say yes. Who did all the interaction with him was Mariana. And I've
Who is Mariana with right now?
They're in foster care. Mariana, and they wouldn't tell me who's with who, so Mariana's with another one. They did 2 and 2, and they are an hour away from here.
Okay.
Because that's where we were. I wanted to. They're doing my BCI. I guess it's background check or something.
Right. They're running your fingerprints through the Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
Yep, they're doing that.
Are you applying?
Yes, I am.
For custody of them?
I want Mariana.
Okay.
Mariana's dad is a heroin addict. Okay? His other daughter was 23 and she died in a car accident. So he has no other kids, but where he lives, all full of guys, and they all do drugs. I would take Mariana to Wendy's because Larissa and Enrique, they couldn't talk. They always fought. So I would be the neutral one, like I was with all her kids, and I would take them to the baby daddy and drop them off. And I would say, hey, be good. And I would see the baby daddy and say, hey, I'll be here back Sunday at the same time. I was the neutral one. I would wait 3 hours at West 25th, and there's Wendy's, because she used to live right, I don't know that street, but there's a cemetery right there. I would go to Wendy's. I would come from my house.
Willowdale.
Okay. I would come all the way from my house, go pick her up, take her to Wendy's, and we would wait there. One time we waited for 3 hours. Mariana goes, he's not coming. He never comes. I said, I know, baby, but I have to do it, and he never showed up. I would take Mariana to my house, make her happy, play with the kids, and...
So I don't want to put Mariana in a bad position.
She's brainwashed.
Will she talk with me?
I don't think she will talk to you.
Okay.
But I know she will talk to me, because she started to talk to me, and Larissa seen it, and she shut me out. Like, completely shut me out. Mariana's shoes were all hand-me-downs for my kids, but my kids only wear them for like a month, and They still look new, so I gave them to her. Mariana was going to open up, but Larissa shut everybody. She closed her door to everybody for a whole year.
Why would she not take Jordan to the doctor?
I don't know. I wish I knew myself. I feel like she maybe was alone, but she was never alone. She had me. Every time she called me, I would run. I even behind my husband's back, I was giving money to them. My husband till this day does not know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know I'm going to pay for all these candles tomorrow. But my husband doesn't ask. He's a good guy. But I think because he needed the more help, the more interacting, and she didn't want to do it. It was, Larissa was never like that. When she was about her kids, but every time a new man comes in the picture, sorry, excuse my French, fuck the kids. Okay? I know Mariana was seeing things. Because Mariana is going through everything I went through when I was little. Mariana, I know they made her watch sex. Mariana told me they watch porn. And I know for a fact Mariana was molested more than once.
Are we talking about this male and female made her watch sex?
I don't know if Larissa did. Mariana told me they would be, and I'm pretty sure she was in the room because
she
they were all
witnessed
in
these
the room.
two having sex. Is that what you're telling me?
I don't know if it was them two, but
Okay.
Mariana, she wouldn't give me names, but I can't say him because I wasn't in the picture with him.
So
before,
but Mariana has been exposed to sex acts taking place live in front of her, and her mother was one of the participants.
Yeah. And
why?
Alright, I'm gonna be honest with you. Larissa was never molested. Larissa was never beat. Larissa does not have scars. Because her father used to do it to me and used to do it to Anna. Okay? I got my finger, every time child services left the house, I got my ass beat really bad because I would try to tell them. I would tell them the truth. One day, they left, they took off all my clothes, beat me really bad, and I ran out the house.
This is your mother and
my real
Larissa's
mother.
father?
Yes, I was 4 years old. I was running on the highway, butt naked. And then someone pulled over, and I said, I want that lady. She was at my house to protect me. I was only 4. They cut my finger off because I wouldn't steal. But Larissa, I don't know why she's copying that pattern. Everything that happened to me is happening to those little kids. And I kept telling her, stop. I've been through counseling. My husband, he almost became a pastor. I don't want to be a pastor's wife. I'm sorry, I can't do that. So, church really helped me. I used to take Mariana to church with me. Every Sunday I would take the kids with me. And I would buy the clothes. I never asked nothing from Larissa. But then they started saying, I want to go stay at her house. Larissa would shut me off. Mariana needs help. And getting it from Larissa needs really help because it does not look like her in the picture. Like, she is blank stared. Like, she's in shock.
Do you have any questions for me?
When can we find out about the baby?
I don't expect to have an answer back right away because of the
circumstances they found him.
Yeah, I mean he was just unearthed yesterday. I don't know what. I mean, I was there when they opened the bag.
As long as it was the whole body.
As far as I know. Now, they opened the bag. We were able to see that it was a human being with facial features. But there is some decomposition, so I don't know.
It has to be from July 17th to July 31st is when I did the timeline. That's when he's been missing.
Why do you say that?
Because on the 4th of July, he was seen. But he was seen with a cap over his head. So
Who saw him?
Karen, what's her name? Cluster? Karen.
Who is that?
It's she grew up with us. We say we're sisters, but we're actually like best friends.
How do I get a hold of her?
My sister, I can get her number.
Okay. So Karen sees him on July 4th?
Mm-hmm.
Is he seen after that?
After that, yes. Karen goes back to the house around, I don't know what day, but she says she goes back to the house because she was staying there. Okay,
She was staying
there. She witnessed a lot of the beatings. The reason why she left, because she couldn't take it no more.
The beatings
of them hitting Jordan. They said they would. Karen witnessed them hitting the baby in the head with a bat.
Who said?
Karen.
Okay.
Karen told us this. She said she wants to talk, but she will not talk in front of cameras.
I don't blame her. I just need to find out how to get a hold of her.
I got her phone number, and she lives by 100 and something, 106, somewhere over there. I don't know exactly.
West 106.
Mm-hmm. Somewhere, 100, somewhere over there. But so she witnessed that. So after she goes to Larissa's house and says, "Hey, I have to use the bathroom," everyone was downstairs. So Karen goes, "Let me go use the bathroom." Larissa says, "Don't let the dogs out. They have pit bulls." So she tells Milton, the other child, "Don't let the dogs out." So she goes up the steps. When you go up the steps, right there's the bathroom. So she says she went up. She kind of like looked around and she seen the baby's foot hanging out the door from a closet. Like she was just going there to be nosy because there was rumors that something was already happening. So she kind of went there to investigate for herself.
And this is when?
I don't know what day. She
Okay.
didn't tell me the day. So she says that she seen the baby's foot like this.
Meaning Jordan's?
Yeah, Jordan's. Jordan's foot was like this. And then she says she was so upset. She pretended she was using the bathroom. She ran out the house and never came back. She says she called 696 Kids. She called. And then she ran into Anna because she knew Anna no longer lived there. And she told Anna what she seen. Anna called me crying. I called 696 Kids. And at the same time, Angel, her oldest son, had an altercation with that gentleman. And Angel punches the wall. Her son, Angel.
Her son, Angel, has an altercation with Chris Rodriguez?
Yes. Okay? The cops were called. And at the same time, I called the cops and I says, "Look, I need a cop to go to this so-and-so address. I need to know if my nephew is alive." They said, "Well, you need to call child services." I said, "I did." So that was the end of it. So
Do you know when you made that call?
My call was the last call in September.
September what?
September
2017, huh?
Yeah, it was
and
this
what
year.
number did you call from?
358-3990. And yeah, 358-3990.
Okay.
And they says, "We'll just get someone out there to go check." I says, "Okay."
So you called 1234 or 911?
It was 911. No, yeah, it was 911, and then they dispatched me because it wasn't an emergency.
Okay.
And then the cop went over there. They they took out my nephew, and they took him because his hand was black and blue because he punched the wall because they were in an altercation. My nephew gets mad, he hits the wall. Okay.
And this is Angel?
Angel.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was Angel. The police goes and they didn't see Jordan. Jordan was not in the house because Big Angel says, "Look for Jordan. While you're in there, look for Jordan," because they wouldn't let Big Angel in there.
Mm-hmm.
So the cop says Jordan wasn't in there. So, and my sister calls a couple days after me and says the kids were all removed. They were never removed. You see, they were taken out Monday night.
Mm.
So we were lied to. What can we possibly do? I wasn't allowed in the house. She wouldn't let me in there. That guy, I only met him the one time and I warned her. I used to talk to Mariana on Facebook, but Larissa made her block me. I still talk to Angel. Angel.
How old is Angel?
19.
How old is Angel's father? Roughly.
He's the same age as me. We're both 35.
Okay.
He was a little bit older than Larissa, 2 years older. They met when they were 14 years old. They used to go to school together, hang out. Then you know what happens.
Yeah.
Hang out, cut school, and stuff
Right.
like that.
Do you have any questions for me at this juncture?
No. If I could just see my sister. That's what I would like to see.
I don't know when the visitation is.
Mhm.
The most I could offer you is there's a telephone on the 6th floor. You would have to call into city jail, which
Mhm.
is I think 5378. There'll be a number literally on the wall for you to call into city jail and ask them if you can see her. I don't know
Mhm.
how they work their visits.
I doubt that she would see me, but I just want to see her one last time.
I understand it. But I would suspect that this thing is going to mushroom
Yeah,
into a big investigation.
Mhm.
And it sounds like we're headed down a road that may not just be child endangering. This may be a murder.
Yeah.
That being the case, you're definitely going to see your sister again. And if you don't want to do it in a court of law, I get it. If you just want to see her through glass, I get that too. And that phone, you can literally call into the city jail. They'll bring her into that bullpen area. There'll be glass between you and you can talk.
Mhm. Well, to me, it would be murder. He died in your arms. He died in your house, in your presence. You know, to me, that's murder. You are the mother. You're supposed to be there to protect them. You know, how many times you call me to go pick him up? Why couldn't you do that the whole year? Why did you shut me out? I just want to know why, and I don't even think I would ask her. I'd just stare at her. Because I know she has to feel remorse.
She says she does.
Does she look like she does? Have you seen her?
Oh, I had a pretty spirited conversation with her this morning in which she insisted to me that she treated Jordan the same as she treated all of her other children. And I said, that's not possibly the case. That's not possibly the case because your other children are alive. And this child is dead. He's not only dead, but he's discarded in the backyard. And she insisted to me the reason he's discarded in the backyard is because she doesn't want to be separated from him. If that were the case, you would have taken him to the doctor. But I circled this number.
What's 735? What is
That's
that?
what she gets for him every month.
Okay. So she was still receiving the checks when he was dead. Was that her only source? Was she on Social Security? Did she get...
I don't know the answer to that. She insisted to me that she works. She didn't need the money. She works.
She never worked.
I work. I said, when? When would you have time to work in between all those pregnancies? I'm not judging you for being pregnant every single year of your life since you were
The last time I can
20?
remember her working, and I made her go to work, we went to an area temps because I used to make her get up in the morning, drop her off, and I didn't have to work, but I went to make sure, and it was an area temps, and we used to go to this factory by it was 110. It was like a staffing place right there. And they send it us. Yeah, there you go, where you get paid that same night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we did that for about a good 6 months, and then she didn't want to do it no more. She told me she wanted to stop, and that's when she stopped talking to me again. Stopped talking for like 3 months, and then...
Your sister has a temper, doesn't she?
Yeah. I'm going to be honest with you. I got into a fist fight with her. And that's really why she hates me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I always try to protect those kids. She does have a temper. I mean, we both ended up in Metro because we were both pregnant. I only slapped her. She pulled my hair, and then we went tumbling. I wanted to knock some sense into her because she was pregnant. I paid for it, but nothing happened to me or my kids. And Metro didn't say anything, and my babies are perfect. So... And that was...
So we had a spirited conversation in which I said, you know what I find interesting about you? That I can tell you want to climb over this table and punch me right in the face. And she said, yes, I do.
Are you serious?
I have
Oh my God.
I have no reason to lie to you.
Yeah, that's her.
She said, yes, I do. I said, well, you can't sit there and tell me that you did not treat that child any different than your other children.
No, he was treated the outcast. Like, you know how you get the black sheep in the crowd? Jordan was the black sheep.
Why would you think that it was an appropriate way to deal with an autistic child pulling out his hair to put a pull-up over his head? That's how she dealt with it. And I would appreciate it very much if you didn't share that information outside these walls.
No, my mouth is closed. I keep telling the news people, leave me alone. But she's so stuck on it, I have to get through her head.
Yeah.
I have to. She's losing it.
Does she have children?
They're all in the system.
Her children are also?
All 4 of her kids.
Well,
I'm the only one. I've been married 18 years. And I never been called child services on me. Never. I have to be tough for her.
Yeah.
Because she's gonna freaking lose it.
Well, she needs to suck it up. She needs to suck it up because your other sister didn't, and look where she's at.
She acts just like her mother. Because the first time I met my mother, I slapped her in the face. And that was the last time I ever seen her. I said, I don't ever want to see you. That chair don't move.
No, that's right. Sorry.
I wanted to push it in and didn't move.
The Cleveland woman accused of killing her disabled 5-year-old son and burying him in her backyard gave birth to her 10th child while she was incarcerated pending her murder trial. According to court documents, Larissa Rodriguez, 34, gave birth to a girl on April 27th. According to the records, she was transferred from the Cuyahoga County Jail to a nearby hospital where she gave birth. According to court documents, a judge granted Cuyahoga County Children and Family Services temporary emergency custody of the child. On April 29th, the girl was discharged from the hospital. Jordan Rodriguez's death has led to charges of murder being brought against Rodriguez and her boyfriend, Christopher Rodriguez. Jordan was discovered dead and buried in her Detroit Shoreway backyard on December 19th after Christopher Rodriguez's brother reported the death to authorities over the phone from Pakistan. According to court documents, his body exhibited numerous signs of abuse, including broken ribs. Jordan died, according to the prosecution, because his mother neglected to take him to the doctor. Jordan was last seen alive in September, and according to the prosecution, detectives think he passed away around September 22nd. In court documents, social workers claim that her home was in deplorable and unsanitary conditions. Social workers discovered one child eating a sandwich covered in cockroaches when they arrived at the house, according to records, and it was also infested with rats and cockroaches. The county, which has launched 13 abuse or neglect investigations into Rodriguez since 1999, has taken the 4 kids who lived at the home into emergency custody. Larissa and her boyfriend, Christopher Rodriguez, have all entered not guilty pleas to the murder charges. Last week, Larissa Rodriguez entered a guilty plea to charges of money laundering, grand theft, telecommunications fraud, and trafficking in food stamps. Rodriguez and Nancy Carabio, a social worker hired by Catholic Charities to assist the family, admitted to participating in a scheme whereby the social worker paid Rodriguez roughly 50 cents on the dollar in cash in exchange for using Rodriguez's food stamp benefit card. According to the prosecution, Rodriguez used the funds to visit her boyfriend while he was imprisoned in Medina County, as well as to pay for gas and her cell phone bills. Carabio was expected to visit Rodriguez's home once a month to see how the family was doing and to assess the living situation. Investigators discovered that Carabio merely showed up at Rodriguez's house on at least 12 occasions to pick up the food stamp card, but that he then submitted phony reports claiming to have inspected the house. Carabio received a 3-year sentence, while Rodriguez received a 6-year term.
We'll just put my bag in the stuck chair. How about that? Is that okay? Oh, it's chilly in here, isn't it? No, you're not cold. That's because you have that nice warm
Mrs.
jacket.
Rosemary?
Hi.
Hi, how
You want
are
to
you?
sit in the stuck chair?
Sure. That sounds like
We'll let her sit in the stuck chair, huh?
We've had a big ride this morning. Had a big trip, huh?
So your first name is Milton? What's your last name? Okay, that's good. What is it? A. R. R.
O.
Oh,
Y. O.
very good. How old are you?
7.
7?
This sounds
When's your birthday? Don't remember? No, that's okay. You go to school now? Where you go to school? Where? I'm sorry, I can...
Waverly.
Waverly? Okay, what grade you in?
First.
First grade? Do you like school? Yeah? You have a lot of friends there? Alright. So my name is Ray, and this is Rosemary. Where are you staying now? Is he with the family?
No.
No.
Foster parents.
Foster parents right now? Okay. Do you miss your mommy? Yeah. You love mommy? Yeah. You know mommy's friend Chris? Do you like Chris? Yeah? Chris nice to you? Yeah? All right. Do you miss home? Yeah. Did you like living there? You still got your doggy there? Or is the doggy gone?
Doggy gone.
Is he?
Cats.
Just a cat? 2 cats, right? I seen the cats. They were pretty.
They're by themselves.
They're by themselves?
Yeah, the cats are by themselves.
Yeah. Who are you with? Which brother and sister now is he staying with?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm super new.
Who are you staying with right now? Which sisters or brothers? You remember?
Remember one sister.
Which sister?
Mama.
Which one?
Mariana.
Oh, okay. Mariana? All right. She's here with you today? Yeah. When was the last time you seen your brother, Jordan? Has it been a while? Yeah? So when you're at home, what if you do something wrong, what happens? You got to sit down in the corner, or what happens if you do something bad?
I sit down.
You just have to sit down? Yeah?
Don't play.
Huh?
And don't play.
No playing? No? Anything else? You get a spanking on your butt? No? That's good. When was he last have contact with family? Do you know? With any? None? Not sure. Okay. Do you have any questions, Rosemary?
I was wondering if I can ask you, may I ask you a few questions? Would that be all right? No? Okay. All right. Do you think you can warm up to the idea of me asking you a couple questions? Maybe? Well, here's my questions are pretty easy. What I've been wondering about is how have you been sleeping? Have you had any trouble falling asleep? Yeah, it's so hard to sleep away from home sometimes, isn't it? Do you, at home, did you usually sleep with your brother or sister, or did you sleep by yourself?
Brother and sister.
Yeah, and so now you have to sleep by yourself, that's, I suppose. No? Can you jump in with your sister?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now, sometimes what happens is kids that never did this before, you know, sometimes when they're away from home, they wet the bed. Have you had any problem with that since you've been down there? No. Okay. The other thing that happens sometimes is kids have, like, they start having dreams about things. Have you had any dreams? No? You kind of hesitated.
It might, and or like, have you been waking up at night at all? Yeah. And when you wake up, is it because you just kind of feel like, where am I? Or is it because you're thinking or dreaming about something? What do you think?
None of those two.
None of those two. Okay, geez. All right. You have to go to the bathroom. All right, there you go. So you're getting up to go to the bathroom at night. All right, very good. So when you were at home, did you have to get up and go to the bathroom? Yeah, okay, that's what you did. All right. So tell me about how's school been? How's the new school? Good, you like it? Now, are you learning to read this year? Are you reading? A little bit? No? Sounding out words? In the new school, is the new school like your old school, or is it different? Like less kids in the class or the same amount of kids? Is it not less kids, I bet.
Did you have your own bedroom at home? Did you sleep with your two brothers? Just you?
Me and my brother.
You and your brother? Which one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did Jordan sleep in there sometimes?
Yeah.
Yeah. And did he sleep in Mommy's room too?
I don't think so.
Don't think so?
When you would sleep with your brother and sister, did you sleep with a sister or did you sleep with a brother?
A brother.
A brother. The brother who was in the room with you? Yeah, just jump in with him. That's good. I remember when I got married a long time ago, it was the first time I ever slept by myself. It was kind of lonely. It was hard to adjust to that. Have you had any trouble adjusting to sleeping by yourself? I know, it's hard. It was the least amount of people I slept with until I got married. So I can understand that. Are you having any trouble with like the dark at all? Being in the dark? No? That's you having any trouble with like when you hear big loud noises? No. Now, here's something that happens sometimes when kids have to go away from home where they usually are. Sometimes they have like a movie that plays in their head. And it's like a movie because they can't stop thinking about something and it just it goes round and round. And sometimes it wakes them up at night and sometimes it just gets in the way of doing things. Have you had any of that? No? No? Okay. So do you ever think about things that you might not wish to think about? At school, when you're trying to pay attention, do any like thoughts come in your head about things that have happened? Well, that's very good then. All right. Have you been making some friends down there? Yeah. And can you tell me two of your friends? What their names are? No, are they girls or boys? I bet they're boys, right? Are they boys? So, are those kids? Are there other kids in the home with you besides your sister?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a bunches of them, or just a few?
I got 4 sisters, I think.
You have 4 sisters, and how many brothers do you have?
3.
So there's 8 kids in your family.
No.
7 kids in your family. How many kids in your family? 10 kids in your family, okay. And in the foster home there's you and your sis, and how many others? Did you say 4? Did you mean 4? No, just you and your sister?
You and Mariano?
Okay, so
Okay.
2 boys were out there. I mean, 3 boys, and I think 5 girls.
So you got Anthony?
He's in another foster home.
Okay. And then Jordan?
Oh, he is in with his dad.
He's where?
He's with his dad.
With his dad? Okay. And then Gilbert?
He don't live with us. I don't know where he went.
Do you remember the last time you seen Gilbert? Has it been a long time? And you got Angel? And that's your oldest brother?
I think he lives with his girlfriend now.
Oh, really? Okay, and your sisters, you have Mariana you staying with? And then, what is it, Nevaeh?
Yeah, she's with her dad too.
She's with her dad? And Tatiana, right?
Yeah, she's with her dad too.
Yeah. You miss them? Yeah.
It's hard to be separated like that. Now, I just was thinking about one thing. Have you seen your brother since you started school this year? Since you started in school? You've seen your brother Jordan since then? Okay, I was just trying to figure that out now. How long it's been, I was trying to figure out. And have you seen him since, like, Thanksgiving? We had turkey? No. Okay. All right. Oh, that's good. So, what do you do in a foster care? What do you do in the house? Like, what time do you get up? Do you have to get up real early to go to school? Yeah. Do you have a little breakfast before you leave? Yeah. And then what time do you get home from school? About 3:30ish?
So,
I think so. And then what do you do after school? Hang out? No.
play.
You play. And what do you like to play with?
My new toys that I got from Christmas.
Did you get some new toys? What's your favorite one?
The one that goes by itself.
It goes by itself? What does it do?
Plays music.
Really? What kind of music?
Rap.
You have a toy that plays by itself? Plays rap by itself? Wow. That was pretty cool. Who gave you that toy?
Says boys.
Yeah. No.
Us 3 boys got it.
All 3 of you got it? Do they like, the other boys like it as much as you do? Good. Excellent. So you've been playing with that? And has it been snowing where you are? Pretty cold? But it looks like you have some nice warm clothes to wear. That's good. Oh, yeah, I got one of those too. You know what though? That's just a little air I'll let in there. They'll really are. That's okay. Boys have been doing that forever. Getting hose in their pants. How did you get the hole? Did you fall down?
It been there.
Oh, okay. Well, looks good. Looks fine. Is that what you wear to school? Can you wear just regular clothes? That's good.
Milton, do you remember, was Jordan going to school?
He was gonna go to Gallagher.
He was? Okay. Do you remember if Jordan did something bad, did he have to sit down too? Yeah? Where would he have to sit? Do you remember?
He had to sit in the living room.
In the living room?
And had to watch what my mom and dad had to watch.
He had to watch TV, what they wanted to watch? He couldn't watch cartoons?
What a drag.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened. So that was like punishment. You'd have to sit with your mom and dad in the living room. And probably be a little quiet, I imagine. Did you have to be quiet? So, I've been thinking about food lately, maybe because it's lunchtime. How are you eating down there? How have you been eating?
Good.
Been eating good. What'd you have for dinner last night? Do you remember? What'd you have for supper last night?
We had ham, turkey, mashed potatoes, beans.
Sounds like what I had.
Yeah, really. Universal leftover last night.
That's it.
That was pretty good. Did you have any pies for Christmas? No pie. Okay. So you've been eating pretty good. No problems there. Good. That's good. Have you and you are you're going to be off school this week and next week?
I think so.
You think so? Okay. How's your teacher? Did you have a nice teacher? What's her name? Is it a her? Is it a woman? A fella? You have a teacher that's a fella?
Boy.
Boy? What's his name? Do you ever know his name?
You like playing sports? What do you like?
Soccer.
You like soccer? It's fun.
That's pretty good. What position do you play?
Huh?
What position do you play? You a goalie? You are? Show us one of your moves, your goalie moves. Go ahead. No? We have to get a ball, wouldn't we? For you to show us moves. I don't think they have any balls up here. I would have brought one if I thought about it. So, do all the other kids, do the other brothers and sisters play too? Soccer, or do they play different things?
They play different.
They play.
I don't know.
You don't know. Just guess with yourself. So in your family, who's your closest friend in your family? Your brothers and sisters. Who do you hang out the most with? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Boo-boo? And who does he have another name besides that? What's his other name?
His real name is Anthony, but we call him Boo Boo.
And why do you call him?
Because he's our brother.
Because he's your brother. Is he your big brother?
Little.
Little brother. Okay.
I'm
You're his big brother. And how is he? Just little guy? 4. So he's pretty little. So are you a good big brother? Try to help him. Yeah. To help take care of him. And does he go to school now too? Does he go to Head Start?
I don't know when he's going to school. Mm-hmm. But he's not in school yet.
Yeah, because he's still kind of little. So did he? Now, which room did he stay in with you sometimes, or did he have his own room?
He stayed in our room.
He stayed in your room. So you had you and who else?
Jordan.
And Jordan was in with you. Okay. So the 3 fellas slept in the same room. 3 boys in the same room. That was good. So did Jordan sleep with you sometimes, or did he always sleep by himself?
He slept on his own bed. All of us slept on our own bed.
Wow.
Did you guys each have your own pillow and covers?
Oh,
Yeah.
That was good. That was nice. So you all slept there together. Did you guys go to bed around the same time? What time do you go to bed at home? What time do you? When it's like regular school night.
8:30.
8:30. That's good. That's a good night's sleep. Did Jordan ever wake up at night at all? When he was ready for bed, did he just?
He just falls.
He'd fall asleep. And he wouldn't wake up at night.
Do you know if Jordan got sick at all when you last seen him? Was he feeling okay? He was okay?
That's good. Now sometimes at night when kids are asleep, sometimes they hear fussing and arguing. Did you ever have any of that? No. Well, that's good. I'm glad. Because sometimes that wakes kids up if parents are fussing and arguing. So I'm glad you didn't have that. Didn't have it. And at home, do you speak Spanish or English? English? Do you speak Spanish? ¿Hablo español, señor? No? No? Not even tiny bit? I'm surprised. So is there anything, we've been asking you so many questions. Do you have any questions for us? No questions. How was your ride up today? Did it take a long time to get to Cleveland from where you were? In the car? Did it take a long time? Do you like to ride in the car or no? Well, me neither. Did you get a little car sick or just bored? Boring? Yeah, that's what I figured. Did you guys have any lunch on your way up? Are you hungry? I bet. I was worried about that you might be. Well, I think we may have a few snacks we can give you just to kind of make you a little less hungry. And you're probably tired too. You probably get up early. Did you get up early? Okay. Well, I think that. I'm trying to think of anything else I want to ask you about.
I thought of a question. Can I
Oh,
ask him a question?
please go
Can I
right
ask you a
ahead.
question?
Sorry, I didn't mean to go hogging up all these questions.
No, you're fine.
It's so
I'm
it's so
just
weird. We can't move our
can't
chair,
move the
which
chair.
is the
That's
weirdest.
Why, that's why neither of us want to sit in it. He said, I don't want to sit in the chair that's stuck. And I said, I don't want to sit in the stuck chair either. Because I couldn't tip it back.
Yeah, it's so strange being in that chair.
So I heard all about your day when you're in your foster home. You wake up early and you go to school. Now let me see if you could remember. I'm going to ask you to remember. Can you remember things from a little while ago? Do you have a good memory? You don't? All right. Well, I'm going to challenge you. Let's see if you can remember. When you were in your home with Mom and what did you call Christopher? Did you call him Dad or did you call him Chris or what did you call him? Dad. So when you were in the home with Mom and Dad, what did that day look like? Would you get up early for school? Okay. And then what? Who took you to school?
My sister. Me and my sister.
Mariana? Did she walk everybody to school or did you guys take the bus?
Me and my sister walked.
You and Mariana walked to school together? And then when your school day ended, did Mariana walk home with you? She did? And who was usually home when you got home?
My big brother.
And what was his name again?
Angel.
Angel. Angel, was he usually the only one home?
No, it was my sister and brother.
Angel and Mariana?
No, me. Once we walk home, he's home.
Who was?
Angel.
Okay, so you and Mariana walk home and Angel was home. And nobody else?
It was my sister and brother still.
Who?
Boo-boo. Mimi.
Anthony and Mimi? Okay. Well, who we missing? Who was in the house?
Anthony, we have
Anthony, Mimi, Mariana, you,
Yeah, Tati was there.
Angel, Tatiana. So when you got home, everybody was home? But what about Jordan? You didn't say him. Was he home too? Where was he at?
He was with his dad.
Oh, so he wasn't at home. He was with his dad. Okay. And what about Mom and Dad? Where were they at?
They was at work.
Oh, they were at work. So Angel would watch the other kids. Is that right? Okay, I gotcha. And so then when they came home from work, then what'd you guys do?
He stayed for a little bit.
Who?
Angel.
Oh, he would stay and hang out? And then would you eat dinner? When they came home? Or did Angel feed you dinner?
Angel helped cook.
Okay, he helped cook. What's your favorite meal that they would cook? Do you have a favorite? I'm asking you so many hard questions.
Broccoli.
Broccoli's your favorite?
Wow.
Good for you.
That's excellent.
That's a nice, healthy choice. He's such a nice young man. He was holding the door for me.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, nice young man.
I can tell he's a gentleman.
Uh-huh. So you like broccoli? That's good. Okay, so you guys would eat dinner, and then what'd you do after that?
Go to bed.
You would go to bed, and it would just be bedtime at about 8:30 for everybody? Yeah? Okay. So what would happen if somebody like really got in trouble, like did something really not that great? What would happen? Did anybody get in like really big trouble ever? Who did? What did he do?
He hit Mimi.
He did? And so what happened if he would do something like that?
He'll get put in the corner.
He would get put in the corner? Okay.
So if we take something away, we would like sit on the couch.
You would sit on the couch?
You guys ever have to sit in the closet?
Huh?
Did you ever have to sit in the closet by
When
yourself?
it was nighttime, when my brother was being bad.
Which brother was bad?
Boo-boo.
So if he was bad, then who had to sit in the closet?
Boo-boo.
He did? For how long?
10 minutes.
For 10 minutes?
Did Jordan ever sit in there? Yeah? Just when he was bad? Did they ever close the door or leave it open?
They closed it.
Was it dark in there? Yeah? Was he scared? Yeah? Would you hear him crying? Did you ever have to sit in there? That's good. Boo Boo did though?
And then what would happen, like when Jordan was in there and he was crying, then what would happen?
Then my mom said, will you be good?
She would ask him if he would be good.
Who would make him sit in there, Mommy or was it Christopher? Mommy.
And then if he said he would be good, then what?
She would let him go lay down.
She would let him go lay down. Okay. So did you think of any questions that you had for us? Nothing? You don't have one thing you want to ask or no? No?
I thought of a question I would like to ask you if I can. Can I ask you one more question? No, I know. I know. At the foster home, what happens when kids are bad? What happens at the foster home?
Had enough. You all done, bud? You want to get out of here?
Load this popsicle stand. Yeah, you're hungry too. All right. No, I'm so sorry. I did not hear your name. I apologize.
My name is Trish Frank.
Hi, Trish.
Hi. And what was your name?
Rosemary.
Pardon?
Rosemary.
Rosemary. Nice to meet you.
Do you want some water, bud? You want a bottle of water? No? You want to get out of this room?
All right.
Alright. I'm curious, because I'm very new. I'm here just meeting them for the first time today, but I'll be working with the family.
Well,
so I'm curious what more we can find out from the foster parents. You know, if all that's indeed correct.
Do you want to support Crime Champs? The links are in the description. Your donations go toward interrogations, police interviews, and everything true crime related. Thank you. Your support is highly appreciated.
Jordan Rodriguez, a 5-year-old boy, was killed, and his mother Larissa Rodriguez, a mother of 10, is currently being held on murder charges. For a hearing regarding the other children, deputies brought her in handcuffs to Cuyahoga County Juvenile Court. Rodriguez has exhibited no emotion during prior hearings. Detectives themselves had not seen much. But in this place, the mother cried and wiped her eyes. She sat a few feet from the fathers of 2 of her children. Indefinite custody of his 3-year-old daughter is what Jacob Wagner seeks. Social workers from Cuyahoga County discovered Rodriguez and her children in a Cleveland home that was full of rats and bugs. She had 13 times of abuse and neglect investigated by social workers. Jacob Wagner claims that he previously appeared in court with his lawyer to obtain visits with his daughter. Wagner claims he had never entered the house, but he had a bad feeling that his daughter was there. He called it chilling to be seated next to Rodriguez in court. Social workers mentioned 3 additional fathers who failed to appear at the hearing as Rodriguez became pregnant once more. Charges for the 5-year-old's murder are still being developed in court at this time. Crime Champs, however, has learned that one of the other men in her life will also be brought before a judge soon. Authorities intend to present charges against a man who recently shared her home to a grand jury. Her remaining children are currently living in foster homes or with relatives. Social workers had already permanently removed 2 from her before all of this. Jacob Wagner claims he is concentrating on giving his daughter a better life. He said, you know, great childhood. It's what all the kids need. Not just mine. All of them.
Sorry, I'm supposed to record this, and I forgot to hit record. So just for...
You want to go through it all again?
Well, I think we established that you know...
Larissa.
And you know Christopher.
Yes.
He lived near you when you were a child.
Yeah, it wasn't his actual house. He bounced back and forth all the time, so
Okay.
he was mostly there.
And you know some of his history of what?
Not paying child support. He was violent to a lot of his female companions. There was some kind of rumor, I'm not sure how true it was, about a murder years back, and he moved to Florida. I have no idea if he ever moved to Florida or not.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I didn't see him, you know. I just heard here and there things when I was growing up as a teenager, you know, after I lost contact of him. And then all of a sudden, you know, he's with Larissa, refusing to let me see my daughter, raising her as his own. He's got a temper, a marijuana problem. I'm not sure if he's on pills or anything, or any other heavy drug. I know from what Anna told me, because Anna was living with her there for a little bit, and she was sending me pictures of my daughter because I wasn't allowed to see her. So Anna would take, you know, pictures with her, and Tatiana send them to me. She told me that Chris gets angry when he's not smoking marijuana, and he starts, you know, just gets ballistic. Other than that, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't been in that house since I've left Larissa.
Okay, so just before I left the room to start the recording equipment, you began telling me that you began your relationship with Larissa in January of 2014. You said it was good for 3 to 4 months.
Yes.
At that time, she has Mariana, Milton, Anthony, and Jordan. She's in a custody battle for Nevaeh.
Correct.
And then she gets pregnant with your daughter.
Yes.
And you said she brought in a cousin named Julio?
Yeah, a supposed cousin named Julio. What made me not believe that's her cousin is because me and her were going through a really hard time. We were arguing back and forth. She's accusing me of cheating out of nowhere. Just calling my bosses, telling them I'm a drug addict and stuff. And then all of a sudden, you know, I used her phone, and the text messages was text messages from him, sexual text messages. We're going back and forth with each other.
Julio, you mean?
Yes, going back and forth with Julio. This is when my first year with her. I knew she was pregnant with Tatiana. She moved him in, and he just got out of prison not that long ago. I can't remember for what though. But later on down the line, Julio.
Do you know his last name?
Gates. Julio Gates.
Hispanic?
Yes, Puerto Rican. I would say now we'd probably be early to mid 30s.
So she moves him in while you're there?
Yeah, I approved of it. She told me it was his cousin. You know, I didn't see the messages until later on after. But
are you living with her at the time?
Yeah,
too?
yeah.
Okay.
I moved in before him. He moved in, and you know we were just starting to get on a rough patch, and all of a sudden it just turned every night. It was arguing, every day was arguing. You know, I'd spend an hour at the store just trying to get away. You know. He eventually it came around income tax return time. Somehow she got a big chunk of change from income tax. I don't know how. I know she didn't work because she lived across the street from me for a while, you know, before I got with her and moved in. Because I was living across the street with my sister. That's how I met her. she got this big income tax return, and I don't know how she did it, but she gave him $1,000 for his car.
Well, when you say big, what's big?
I would say it had been no less than 5,000. We ended up moving out. We moved into a house on Willowdale. She bought his car for $1,000. They got in some kind of argument because at this point she done kicked me out, and then she brought me back, because I was trying to make it work, for the child, and she brought me back, and then she did that about 3 times, and then we moved into Willowdale. Those two got in an argument over me when I was at work, and she ended up telling him, like, look, you gotta go. I don't know what happened behind the closed doors, but he packed his stuff up, moved out, never gave her the car. She never talked to him until last year, beginning of 2007 or 17 actually. It was the last time I seen him. She brought him back, but after he moved out, it started getting physical. Me and her were arguing, and
Physical with just you or the children?
Me.
How, during this period of time, how is she treating Jordan?
She was treating him good, really good actually. Jordan was always with her nonstop. Around this time, he started eating baby food. She was feeding him on time, changing his diapers, trying to teach him how to crawl. After Julio moved out, she started getting real physical with me. We were arguing because she accused me of cheating. Because I wrestle on the weekends. I was working for a local wrestling show, and they had a show around 6 o'clock. It started. So I left the house around 4:30, and I went and did it. Following day, she started accusing me and saying I was with, her words, some white bitch. Pardon my French, but that's what she always claimed.
So during the time that you live with her, she treats Jordan appropriately?
Yeah.
When do you leave?
For good?
Mm-hmm.
It was maybe like about March 2016. But towards the end, she started getting really bad with Jordan.
In what way?
Every way.
So the beginning of 2016, she's...
No, probably around the end of 15, it got really bad.
And he's 3? He
Yes.
just turned 3?
Yes.
When you say she becomes really bad with him, what do you mean?
We moved into an apartment after Willowdale. We moved into an apartment on West 98th. And it just got bad. I kept trying to get a job. She kept ruining it for me. We ended up, she just stopped cleaning the house. The kids were always dirty. I always had to give them baths, feed them. She only fed certain kids more than the others. And I believe it's a race thing for some reason. It was Nevaeh and Jordan that are always put down the most. Poor Mariana always had to watch the kids when I was gone. Mariana would call me, hey, I'm home alone with the kids. What do I do? I'd come over, help her. But...
So she only feeds certain kids?
If she bought treats and stuff, only certain kids, Nevaeh and Jordan wouldn't get them.
Are they Caucasian?
Yes, they're part Caucasian. She's full Cuban. Jordan, I know his dad's white. I'm not sure what his race is, though. Same with Christopher Upton. but she.
So you think she's prejudiced against the Caucasian children?
Yeah, the way it looked at it, you know, I hate to turn it into some sort of race thing, but you know, she's obviously not racist against white guys, you know, because I'm part white myself.
What else are you?
Mexican.
Okay.
German and Mexican. We moved into 98th, and she just got so bad. You know, the house was always dirty. You know, I did my best. I got real close to Jordan and Nevaeh because, you know, for some reason those two connected the best with me. You know, and I felt so bad for those two. I had to stop her several times for hitting Jordan. Several times. I told her, stop. There was a point she pulled a knife out on me due to it. Nevaeh, I was happy in a way to see Nevaeh go. I was sad because I felt like I was losing my best friend, you know. But the poor little girl, you know, she was always just, she would sit there and tell her bad things about her dad, you know. She was, I had probably around 5, 6, Nevaeh was. She would just tell her bad things about her dad. Once we got out of there, we moved into 80th in Detroit. That's where all this happened at. I was in and out, living out of my car. I remember one time I walked in because me and her sorted things out over the phone. You know, I went into the store, picked up some food for him. I walked in, and she was trying to potty train Jordan. And she was calling him a retard. What else? She made fun of the size of his head. He had a lazy eye. She would call him cross-eyed. She would tell him she would want to smack him in the face because he looks like his dad. But when I walked into that door, she shoved a goddamn sock in the kid's mouth and shoved him in the corner because he was crying because she hit him and put him in the corner. And that just turned into a complete argument right there. She threw me out. I called 696 Kids. I ended up going back again because I was scared. You know, I felt like I don't know what was going to happen to Jordan, the other kids, Tatiana, my daughter. My mom ended up getting really sick. She was admitted in the emergency room for about 2 weeks. I want to say it was. She got out, and I go, Larissa, I want to go see my mom. You know, she kept me from my family. I couldn't see any of them. She's very control freak. She went to walk out. She grabbed me by the collar of my shirt, and I had a glass ashtray, a Harley Davidson one, and she grabbed me by the collar of my shirt because she kept blocking the front door. And she kept telling me, you gotta go. She was hitting me. You know, that was nothing new. Michelle even seen me one time with scratches on my face. I lied to her and told her it was a cat. But she grabbed me by the collar of my shirt when I went for the back door. Because there's the front door, you can walk through the hallway past the stairs, and there's the back door. Mm-hmm. She grabbed me by the neck of my t-shirt. Bam. Fractured my nose, there's blood everywhere on me. I shoved her. I ran out the back door, and I went to the rapid station. I went to my sister's house, and that's when I was like, enough is enough. You know, I gotta get a lawyer. I gotta get the kid out. You know, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do about the other children. You know, I even wanted to go for custody for Jordan, but I'm not his biological dad. I talked to several lawyers. They said that it's nearly impossible. I called 696 Kids. No one ever really did anything. It just made the whole situation worse for me. She wouldn't let me see Tatiana.
Did you have any contact information for her at the present moment? Like if you wanted to see Tatiana, did you have a cell phone number?
Right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
That I'm gonna need.
Yeah, I can pull that out of my phone.
Could you go get that, please?
Yeah. Yeah, she changes her number quite often.
Is it because she buys track phones?
She buys Boost Mobile's phones on those cheap little $50 ones. You know,
Okay.
buy the phone, you get your first month free and all that.
Okay, can you pull out her number?
Yeah, my phone's booting up right now. It's almost dead, so I turned it off just in case this happened. Yeah, she had a flip phone once before, but that was just because she was broke and just needed something real quick. I'm not sure if those phones are traceable. I do know you can get them in like just a fake name. Alright, 1 second. Okay, it's 216 456 4301.
How recent is that?
That was the one I just texted her at Monday.
Okay, so 216-456-4301.
Yeah, I'm not sure what time she was arrested, but at 7:06, that was the last text message I got from her. It said no problem because I was asking about a dental appointment for Tatiana. I also have a...
Is that AM or PM?
PM. I have another number, I believe, still. It was her previous number to this one. Dad, I'm sorry. Okay, here it is. Here's the previous number. It's now shut off. It's 216-820-3714. That one's been shut off for a few. I just never had time to go and change it.
Did you have enough communication with her to know when Chris went to jail? Or did you know Chris was in jail?
I knew he was in jail from just he said, she said stuff. She actually, Monday night was really weird. I don't talk to her often. It's, hey, she fell and bumped her head, or hey, she's got to pull up on because I was driving for a long time, or I made her appointment for this day. Other than that, it's quick, short, and sweet because she had 2 men assault me on December 11th last year. Turned out it was Anthony's dad, Anthony Cummings, and another male, because she was cheating on me with him and Chris. There was
That was December 11th of 2016?
Yes. I went and made a report. I came down here and everything, and no one ever did anything. I don't know if you guys
Where did that assault take place?
Right in front of her house.
Okay.
I ended up, my now fiance was able to pull one of them off of me, and I got in the car and we drove to a gas station right down the street, around the corner, and just saw him in public, and I called my lawyer. She called 911 for me. But sorry, I got off topic. Monday night, she was acting really weird. She, like I said, I was going to ask her if I could keep her till Wednesday, because I got her Monday, Tuesday, and then I was supposed to drop her off Tuesday night, pick her up Wednesday morning. So I was like, I was going to ask her, can I keep her till the end of Wednesday? Before I was able to say anything, she goes, I'm going to need you to keep Tatiana till Sunday. I go, okay. She goes, I'm going through a lot of stuff right now concerning the children. And that's when I go, is everything okay? Because she started crying out of nowhere, just started bawling her eyes out. She goes, yeah, I'm being accused of murdering my son. They said they found his head in 130th or something. It's the sketch of that little boy that's everywhere. They said that they swabbed her mouth, swabbed his mouth. They dug up a dead dog. They found nothing. And I'm like, oh, okay. well, I'm sorry. And she goes, Chris is in jail for child support out in Medina, I want to say she said. It was somewhere like that. I can't remember exactly what she said that. She goes, he keeps accusing me of sleeping with you when we go and do the drop-offs and the pickups. She goes, Jordan's at her house right now, sitting in his room. And
she said that to you Monday night?
Yeah, Monday night, 5 o'clock.
So at 5 o'clock at night, she tells you Jordan's at home?
Yeah. She told me Jordan was at home and they're just looking for another dead kid. And I was like, oh, well, shit. I don't know what to do. I took Tatiana and put her in my car. I immediately called my fiance. I'm like, Larissa just told me this really weird story. I don't know if it's true, if it's false, because I didn't hear of anything. I didn't even hear of the little boy until Tuesday, yesterday. I go, I'm thinking about calling my lawyer and the guardian, Bill Weston.
You know that we found Jordan.
I just found out, actually. I just found out. I didn't know how until just recently, because Anna.
I mean, we found him yesterday.
Yeah. I heard something about that, but then I seen another newscasting saying that she didn't, so it was kind of up in the air for me. I just didn't want to believe you guys did.
Okay, I just wasn't sure you were clear about that.
Yeah, no. And that's what I think is pretty sick. She told me the kid was in his room, And I was gonna call my lawyer, try to see if I can keep Tatiana until this is all settled. Tuesday morning comes, I get a text from Kaylee. She dropped off Tatiana at my sister's house. She goes, the police are gonna be calling you. Answer, it's important. I don't know what's going on. I'm at work.
So, I'm confused. Who is...
Kaylee's my fiance.
Okay.
She drove Tatiana to my sister's house because I had to leave super early.
Okay.
So she drove her to my sister's house so my sister could babysit her.
All right.
And then they contacted Jadine, and she wasn't able to get through to me at first. So Kaylee texted me, and that's when I talked to Bill Roser. He told me, he didn't try to, he tried to like not tell me the full thing at first. He just wanted to question Tatiana, and I brought it up to him.
Who is Bill Roser?
He is the social worker that I've been going through.
Okay.
And Erica Black is the other one, Blackman.
Okay, I'm familiar with her.
Yeah, those two are the ones that contacted me. She was actually at the hearing for the custody that I just did yesterday.
So,
I'm sorry.
Are you telling me that at times she didn't feed Jordan?
Yeah, there's times I had to go and feed him myself because I walk in the house, the other kids are eating, and poor Jordan's just sitting there, Yeah, just eating.
Did he not have any inclination to eat, or she wouldn't allow him to eat?
No, he could eat. Right towards the end of our relationship, he was walking just fine. It took him a little bit. He had a really bad delay. He was a premature baby.
Okay.
Really sick, bad health issues.
Well, I understand that he was born without a functioning kidney.
Yeah.
And when you say he's really sick, did he require dialysis?
I'm not sure
Okay.
what you mean by that. By seeing by a doctor, he had to help me grow. That helped him really well.
So if he had to have dialysis, you would know about it. He would have to go to a dialysis center and...
Yeah, no, he never had that.
Okay, so he doesn't have failing kidneys. He has one functioning kidney.
Yes.
When you say sickly, what do you mean? That
he was always had urinary tract infections. I don't know what from. I don't know if it was normal or anything.
Did she take him to the doctor more than the other kids?
No, about the same. It's about the same. I was very ignorant to the situation.
Well, you're young.
Yeah,
You're young. And you probably, is Tatiana your first child?
Yes.
Okay, welcome to parenting. You don't get a manual, you just learn as you go, unfortunately.
Thrown right at you.
Yes. So, did you ever know of Jordan to have an issue with his head where he dug at his scalp to the point where his hair was falling out or his skin or scalp was open?
No, when he was little, he used to pull his hair and it would just fall out, but...
Did they ever say he was autistic?
No, not that I know of.
How did he communicate?
There for a while it was just jibber jabbers and pointing. He wasn't catching on to speaking very well.
Okay, but he's not the kind of kid that doesn't talk at all and just stares at the ceiling or focuses on some inanimate object and pulls his hair out.
No,
Why would he pull his hair?
I don't know. He used to lay down on his bed and go I think he was trying to play with it because he had a little lengthy hair when I first seen him, and he used to rock himself. Doctor said that was due to being in the incubator. I think that's what those are called. For a while, because he was in there for a while. I guess when he was first born, I didn't know him at the time, but he spent a good few months. Larissa said. Man, he would always rock himself,
Is he the type of child that's inconsolable?
No, he understood everything. He would get up and play with other kids.
Is he affectionate?
Yes.
Was he affectionate to his mother?
No. He was always coming to me, nonstop. She also has a friend named Madi. I don't remember her last name. One of those two might know. He was really close to Madi as well.
He being...
Jordan, yes, I'm sorry. Jordan was kind of close to Madi as well.
Why doesn't he have a familial... Why do you think he doesn't go to her?
She didn't care.
Do the other children have a bond with her?
I'm not sure about Mariana. I know Junior was always on the side of her hip. She was always holding him.
Is that Anthony?
Yes, Anthony, I'm sorry. Bubba, his name is Milton, little Milton. He was really close to her as well. Nevaeh was kind of a loner. I used to sit down with Nevaeh and draw a lot, we listened to music together. It was kind of a weird situation with Nevaeh. She was affectionate, but she wasn't all lovey-dovey all the time, you know what I mean?
Is Jordan an affectionate child with you?
Me? Yes, he was. He was really affectionate. That little boy loved me. The first thing he ever said was daddy to me, He didn't know his biological dad. Larissa doesn't even know where he's at. She hasn't seen the guy since...
Why would you think Larissa would have so many children?
It's not sound offensive. Enjoys intercourse a little too much. But not with the same guy. You know what I mean? It's... the one toy gets boring after a while, I really don't want to, I'm not trying to say she's a whore, but it's, you know what I'm saying, right?
But I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable. If there's something you want to share with me...
I just don't want to sound very disrespectful.
I can appreciate that you're respectful.
Yeah,
But I guess what I'm asking is there a financial angle here? I mean, is she...
I didn't know she was on Section 8 for the longest. She was getting her houses on Section 8. She was spending and living off of Jordan's SSI check. She had Pip and Heap, whatever, food. She had $1,000 worth of food stamps at one point, and she would sell them. She would sell them to her counselor, to her Help Me Grow worker, Nancy. Yeah. And always looked past, you know.
Does he work?
I've never known that man to work longer than a week in his life.
What's he do? Sell dope?
Probably. I was already told several times that's his goal.
Have you asked your daughter what happened to Jordan? Or if she knows where Jordan is?
I actually asked her. I felt wrong for doing it, but I just wanted to know what Tatiana knew. I go, where's your brother Jordan at, Tatiana? She goes, he's at a friend's house. I go, has he been there for a while? She goes, yes. Sick. I felt sick for asking, but...
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me? I think that I'm at a point where we could say that. I mean, could you just summarize for me how you feel she treated Jordan?
Shit. She god awful.
Always god awful?
Yeah. Even behind my back, I know she fucking hated that kid because he needed more help. The only reason why she didn't do what she did earlier is because she wanted money. That's all she wants. It's money. She used me. She probably started using him thinking he had money. Everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I feel bad for Jordan's father, you know, like, yeah, he never even tried coming around, but that's his kid, man. You know, I hope they're able to find the guy. I know he's in Texas somewhere, but it's...
Well, I will go about the business of seeing if I can contact him.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how she met that guy?
She used to use a website called mocospace.com. She had an app on her phone.
Is it MOCO?
Yeah.
MOCO space?
Yeah, it's basically MySpace. A big percentage of the popularity on that is Hispanic guys and women. But you'll have your here and there other races. But yeah, it's a big Hispanic thing.
Like a hookup site?
Pretty much. That's what she explained it as. It's for Hispanic people. It's like a MySpace for Hispanics.
Gotcha. And that's how she met this guy?
Yeah. That's how she met Chris too. Was Facebook with him.
Okay.
That's what I was told. I don't know how, but...
Did you ever see her discipline Jordan in a way that you felt like was just completely wrong?
Yeah.
Apart from the incident where she put the sock in his mouth?
Yeah, she there was a couple times I walked in the house, that poor boy sitting there with the, you know, I fold the socks and it's thick at the one end. She shoved that in his mouth. I would walk in the house, pull it out. What the fuck are you doing? You know. Yeah. Mariana knows he got hit, beat. He was close to Mariana as well. Mariana knows everything. I understand it's hard on that little girl, but she's seen so much. She knows, she would know more than all of me and the sisters. Mariana would.
Would she talk with me if I attempted to speak with her?
She might. She's a really smart girl.
Is she going to be thankful that she's out of that environment, or is she going to be freaking out, missing her mother?
She's probably going to miss her mom, but in another way, she's probably going to be thankful.
Okay.
She never really had good guidance. She had an issue with bathing when I was there. But that's because her mom never taught her anything, you know? The little girl just lived, you know? That's how everybody in the house was. It was you live. And, you know, I thought it got better after I left. I honestly thought the house got better.
I don't think so.
I don't think so neither.
I appreciate you taking the time to come in.
Oh, no problem. I'm sorry I rambled on so much.
No, I'm glad that you did. We'll just go from here. If I need to talk with you again, I'll reach out to you or come see you.
Okay. Quick question though.
Okay.
With Chris, is he still in jail?
Yes.
Is he going to remain in jail?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to know.